And some of us thought that 1-11 or 4-20 might be what does in Pat Fitzgerald. Welcome into the Voice of College Football, everyone. This is the Big Ten Live Show. We appreciate everyone being here. Welcome in. We have left the link there in the live chat, so please join us over the next 4 hours or so. How about that? 4 hours of Big Ten football talk right here on the Voice of College Football. John D'Adamo takes over at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and he's got some great guests lined up to talk Big Ten football with all of you. Unfortunately, we will not necessarily be talking football right out of the gate because there is a serious situation concerning Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald. And let's get down to it. So, Pat Fitzgerald, of course, Northwestern head coach, one of the more respected coaches in college football, has done an outstanding job on the field for the most part. And throughout the years, it has been expected and has been observed to have done a great job in the locker room and in the totality of all the roles and responsibilities for a head football coach at that level. What we are seeing here, though, if true, may speak otherwise. So this is the report coming down from ESPN's Adam Rittenberg. A former Northwestern football player who came forward with allegations of widespread hazing within the program spoke Sunday with university president Michael Schill, who is considering harsher discipline for coach Pat Fitzgerald. The former player who spoke to ESPN on the condition of anonymity said he told Schill about the hazing he witnessed and experienced at Northwestern, much of which he said was sexualized. Schill, in a letter sent Saturday to the Northwestern community, had said he will reassess the 2-week suspension Fitzgerald received Friday following a university-commissioned investigation of the hazing allegations. And I got to say, when I heard that announcement, I actually thought that the opposite would come to light, that those penalties, that discipline assessed to Pat Fitzgerald was too harsh, too heavy, and maybe they found out there were some conditions and some context there, and they would lighten up. Now, I had no information. That was just a gut feeling that apparently was wrong. Fitz absolutely knew about hazing in the program, the former player told ESPN. Fitz absolutely failed by not intervening. Fitz knew, and he should have made it stop. And if he truly did not know, he should not be the head coach. Either way, he should not be the head coach because he is not monitoring and protecting the safety and well-being of student athletes. And anytime I hear the word hazing, so there are all sorts of levels of hazing. So there's an assumption made that this level of hazing is harmful, inappropriate, embarrassing, demeaning, all those things, damaging in some way. A hazing can be as light as saying the alma mater in front of the team. So there is a level of speculation, a level of assumption made by all of us when we see serious charges brought before a head football coach concerning hazing. Fitzgerald, the team's coach since 2006 and a decorated former Northwestern player, said in a statement Friday that he had no knowledge of hazing activities within the program. So that does not relinquish his responsibilities. And he also needs to make sure that he had no knowledge of, because if there is a reasonable way to connect dots to determine that he did know, then that's a whole level, another level of issue. The university's investigation, led by attorney Maggie Hickey and the Arendt Fox Schiff firm, found that while the former player's allegations were, quote, largely supported by the evidence, coaches did not know about ongoing hazing Although they had opportunities to discover and report problematic conduct, the school did not release specific findings. So the report and what is stated there is not clear, but it's telling us that they've made no connection between the knowledge of hazing and Pat Fitzgerald or any of the coaches, but that there was problematic conduct that they should have been able to address, that they should have addressed, that should have given indication or a clue to what else was going on. Northwestern players on Saturday released a statement supporting Fitzgerald, saying he had no knowledge of the alleged incidents and that the accusations from the former players were exaggerated and twisted. I think we should keep in mind, and this does not prove innocence by any stretch, or even on my part, assume innocence. But when you coach 105 student athletes, so we're talking 105 football players over the course of 17 years. So you have coached probably 400 to 500 players. That someone is not going to like you. Someone is not going to agree with your tactics. And I'm not saying that Pat Fitzgerald is innocent by any stretch. Just any coach is going to be unpopular with a certain segment of his team. The former player said Sunday that Schill was extremely receptive to his accounts of hazing within the program and offered him resources to deal with the trauma. A current Northwestern player who asked to remain anonymous also told ESPN on Sunday that the former player, whose hazing allegations late in 22 launched the investigation, informed him of a detailed plan with the sole objective to take down Fitzgerald. Let me run that through again. Current Northwestern player, also asked to remain anonymous, told ESPN Sunday that the former player with the allegations informed him of a detailed plan with the sole objective to take down Fitzgerald. The current player on Sunday relayed a conversation he said he had early this year with the former player to Northwestern trustees and other influential university figures. He just kept emphasizing, yeah, it'll be okay. I'm just trying to get Coach Fitz fired, the current player told ESPN. I don't think he ever acknowledged what he's saying is not true. It was just like, I might embellish or exaggerate to get Coach Fitz fired. He said his sole goal was to see Coach Fitz rot in jail. Well, those are two different outcomes there, not necessarily connected. Rotting in jail and getting him fired. The truth is, none of that stuff happened in our locker room. So that's the other player who took enough of a stance. So think about the amount of courage that it took not only for this particular player to communicate transgressions by Pat Fitzgerald, but for the other player to stand up for Pat Fitzgerald and say the truth is none of that stuff happened in our locker room. The current player said the former player told him he would go public with detailed allegations if the university's investigation did not result in Fitzgerald's dismissal, and referenced the 2021 situation involving athletic director Mike Polisky, who stepped down amid media and public pressure 9 days after being promoted. Polisky had been named as a defendant in a lawsuit filed by a former Northwestern cheerleader. So there we go. We could keep reading for quite a long time. I have not read this article until right now. We'll take your phone calls. We'll take your comments and questions, of course, right here at the Voice of College Football. This is the Big Ten Live Show. We will discuss football. We will discuss Pat Fitzgerald, and we will discuss whatever's on your mind. I will make the same statement that I make anytime there's a situation like this. I want justice to be served. I like Pat Fitzgerald. I don't know the man, but when I say I like him, I like what he appears to stand for. I can't vouch for the man. I don't know him, but based on the way he has conducted himself, presented himself publicly, and certainly been able to keep this job for 17 years. And he certainly has shown himself, again, in public to be a guy that has earned trust and respect. However, if he has allowed inappropriate conduct to take place, then he should be fired. And if that conduct uh, is of criminal nature, then he should be held accountable to that degree as well. I just want truth and justice to be served regardless of the outcome. I just want us to know the truth and the authorities to know the truth. Those are the people that count, the authorities and everyone involved to know the truth about Pat Fitzgerald and his involvement or knowledge of what happened. All right, we will take your comments and questions right here at the Voice of College Football. We've got our first call coming in as well. So let's go to the phone lines. We've got Alex on the line. Alex, how you doing?
Not bad, Mark. You picked a great time to have a show.
Did I really?
Yeah, like right when I've been on Twitter all day. It's been a fun
Yeah.
afternoon. And so when I saw what was going on, I was like, Mark, does Mark have a show? Big Ten show? Perfect. All right. The and by the way, you mentioned the cheerleading thing. There was a tweet I saw how in that uh what occurred there was essentially a quiet firing for the cheerleading coach involved, I believe. So that's one thing. But like there's been also like again, there's been all sorts of stuff now. There's now tweets going on about the baseball coach creating what did this say here? Essentially a negative environment. There's and a lot of the stuff is basically like the Daily Northwestern, student journalists, like we can mock them all day long, but they've been actually been pushing out a lot of stuff lately that now is looking to be more real than not. But there's stuff now how, racism within the program. Somebody's saying that there's been stuff going on since 2009 or 2007. Apparently, and I didn't know this, but the AD and VP of athletics during like that time was Jim Phillips, is now the ACC commissioner. So this thing has been like it's gone from 0 to 1,000 in like a matter of hours. It's been wild stuff. But the one thing I think about with this 2-week suspension or 2-week vacation for Pat Fitzgerald, it was a fairly ingenious move by Northwestern because they knew what was going to start coming out, and they're going to try to figure out a way how they put the onus on Fitzgerald to walk himself out of Evanston. But now what I'm looking at is with all of these kind of like confluence of events now, I think this is bigger than the Fitzgerald. There's now like institutional problems with Northwestern that you wouldn't come to mind of like, hey, what's a program or what's an athletic department where you're just going to have a flurry of just like institutional rot emerge, and no one would have thought, for this to happen to, but if like for someone like, I mean, and you see all sorts of stuff here, like a car wash and a bill, like it's, and first of all, like the substance of what is actually like been accused within just, the football program if it's Gerald. I mean, that's its own discussion. But even now, I think this is much bigger than like this is all. Now we're talking all of Northwestern athletics. That to me is the like with what's emerging just in this like the last like 24 hours. Man, it's been wild.
Yeah. So, Alex, based on what you've looked at, because I got to tell you, as I mentioned, I saw this headline about an hour ago
Yeah.
and knew that we would run with it and go into it. I was busy between then and now. And so this is the first time reading any of this. So you say that you've been online for much of the day. And
Uh,
so has anyone come out with any type of specifics of what type of hazing are we talking about?
um, I'll just say briefly that some of it involves some maneuvers that you wouldn't quite call assault, but contact that would be inappropriate in any circumstance, that sort of thing. So that's what I saw or read on like I saw one video and then I saw a tweet about it, but that's like the core of the allegation is essentially like activity amounting to that.
So does it appear, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, does
Yeah.
it appear as though, lost my train of thought. I apologize, Alex. Does it appear as though, there's one thing to, like it states there, that he had knowledge of it, although based on that article it says that they cannot make a connection with Pat Fitzgerald having knowledge of it.
Hmm.
So there's these things going on, and the football coach should know but doesn't know. There is these things are going on. The football coach did not initiate it, did not fuel or create an environment to promote this, but he knows about it and just lets it go. Or
Hmm.
the football coach, like in Les Miles' tenure at Oklahoma State, he initiated, he promotes it, and encourages it. There are different
Hmm.
levels from that standpoint.
Yeah. And when you and I think they, yeah, they're just trying to set this up where if they can just have Fitzgerald just walk away, then that kind of just absolves everybody, right? And then you can kind of like after that it can taper off. So that to me it seems to be, but the maneuver with the suspension is they knew stuff was going to come out. Let's just put him on vacation, and he's gonna and he will himself make it permanent. And then at that point, it can all just go away. By I don't know when Big Ten. Man, when are Big Ten media days?
Big Ten Media Days are July 26th and 27th, come
Which
to
is
mind.
exactly 2 weeks from now, right?
Yeah. So
That.
my thought initially was when they said 2 weeks. Yeah, I did the math as well, thinking, okay, are they wanting to basically have Pat Fitzgerald be disciplined and be able to figure this out before he comes back, or are they sliding him past media days? Although that would look bad, but it appears until now the punishment is going to be worse. So that's already been stated. So we just don't know to what degree.
Mhm. Yeah, and yeah, I think they're trying to set it up how they can just get the flurry out there, and then he's gone by media days, and then Northwestern can reset because, I mean, again, there's the base because it's been surprising how it's all been a flurry of that implicates all of Northwestern athletics and other individuals who aren't even at Northwestern anymore. I mean, the baseball coach, like what's going on here now? The joke is that the basketball coach is the only guy remaining now who's actually doing anything there. But so now it's like, are there like who else is going to fall from this? And the other thing with Northwestern football is with the portal now. If what if a whole bunch of guys on the team decide to just run out of there right at the start of the season, and then like this is good. This could be the first time where in the portal era you have a program just completely implode, and then you're and have to like figure out how to run a program with nobody there. I'm interested to see what the fallout is from that as well.
The one thing that causes me, though, Alex, to hold back on any type of
Hmm.
thoughts about the way this is all going to land is the 2020 Kirk Ferentz issue, where you had allegations of racism, you had allegations of other types of misconduct and inappropriate behavior, and that came from several. So this is apparently, aside from what you're talking about regards to other sports and other athletics within the program.
Hmm.
This is based on a conversation from one former player to the university president, as opposed to 7 or 8 at Iowa football players. And I don't want to get the number wrong, but it was
Hmm.
several. And they vetted that out. They researched, they investigated, and Kirk Ferentz was off scot-free.
Yeah, but did Fairness get suspended or anything like that during that investigation?
No, that would be the difference that they
Yeah, I think you would not have done that with Fitzgerald unless there was something real there. And you wanted to have that then play out where, okay, it's going to come out and you're gonna decide to walk away, or this, because I mean, either way, it's an ugly scenario. You like whether he decides to say, okay, I'll walk out of here just to put an end to, because it's his alma mater to put an end to it, or like he could fight this out. But either way, it's like, like Northwestern just maybe decide it's going to be ugly no matter what. So we're going to try to put him on vacation. He's going to see if he walks away.
Yeah, and the football team's awful, and I know that
Mm,
that's not part of this, but I think it's been proven in the past that the level of success does either help a coach stay through a situation or give a better excuse to get rid of him.
hmm
Rich Rodriguez had a lot of type of conduct issues that were just this happened, that happened, that's being looked at. That's like he had a lot of various things going on. And then his football team got really bad and they fired him.
hmm
And nothing had been reported for a while, but he had that on his record and he was gone.
hmm Yeah. And I mean, somebody commented that, hey, maybe Powell's looking to get anyway, and he can just like exit now. But either way, like I would say, yeah, by media days, I don't think Fitzgerald's good. Yeah, Fitzgerald's going to be at media days. I mean, and not because he's taking a vacation, taking another suspension. No, he's not going to be. It's going to be over by then, I think.
Yeah, you were probably right. Uh, you're probably right. I was just going to look up Northwestern's recent recruiting classes. I don't know that they've been, I know that he had a couple here recently that were much better than what they had experienced before, but that's been a couple years removed. Again, I want the truth to come out. I want the truth to be what comes to the surface. So, the appropriate actions can be taken. Just, I have an issue with when something like this happens, and whether that's
hmm
involves a political figure, a celebrity, an athlete or coach, is then comes the avalanche of this comes out, that came out, this happened, that happened. Where were you people 2 days ago, 3 days ago about 2007 or 2009?
hmm
I have a huge issue with that.
Yeah, I gotcha. Basically, why stay quiet for 15 years plus, right? Yeah.
Yes. So
hmm
if this other thing would not have happened, or this former player would not have addressed this, then you would have stayed quiet for how long? Forever? I just have a
hmm
huge issue with that. Now, if those things happened, then they need to be dealt with and they need to be made right and justified. But I just question, and and I don't want to judge too harshly because I've never been in a situation where I've been some level of victim, and to know how that feels, or whether you have the confidence or believe that you can carry through and go through what you possibly would have to go through in that kind of situation. So I do
hmm
understand that part of it.
Yeah, and that does make sense because it may have been like guys have been kind of waiting for, okay, when there'll be some essentially an eventuality where we can all come out, and then like that'll be the timing for them, because yeah, one just a single guy at any given moment would have probably not have been wanting to like be the instigator, but now it's happening, and that's where we're going to know like what's been going on.
And what you just said makes total sense, and that's where I was headed. Is if you are fearful in that situation, and then somebody else steps out, and then when 2 and 3 and 4, and then it snowballs. And again, if that's justified and those incidents actually occurred, great. They should be brought to the light and made right. Um,
Hmm.
on the other hand, I got to say, I don't understand. Once you no longer are part of that institution, why you should be fearful of retribution.
Hmm. And to what I mentioned earlier, like you mentioned the cheerleading thing, there's now this stuff. And then again today, just people now going after the baseball coach. I think maybe there may be some institutional things with Northwestern that have to be overhauled that may have kind of stifled some of this other stuff. I don't know, but that's just my impression from what's going on today, right? Because like it's interesting that like so this stuff comes out with Fitzgerald, and then literally today, you know how people are going after the baseball coach.
So here we go. I didn't read far enough in the article, but there are more specifics later in the article. For example,
Hmm.
the former player told ESPN that hazing was organized and widespread in the program, often led by a group of older players called the Shrek Gang. The group would lead a hazing activity called running, usually against freshmen or younger players who had made mistakes in practice. Shoot, that hazing incident must have gone on for days if they were talking about who's making mistakes on one of the worst football teams in the country. Anyway,
Hmm.
um, freshmen or younger players who had made mistakes in practice. According to the former player, older players wearing masks would restrain the victim in a dark locker room and engage in sexualized behavior. The former player said he was, quote, run as a freshman. Hmm.
Hmm. So you would see why these last few seasons that would be a problem.
And that sexualized behavior, it says in the next paragraph, being described as masks on and had been violently dry humped in a dark room. So,
And that's just what we know today.
yeah.
Yeah, and the and just this and just um, like Fitzgerald and the coach, whoever the guy in charge is, and other coaches. Well, we didn't know this was going on. Fitzgerald has been around that program for so long, as a player, as a coach, whatever. No way in hell he doesn't have any iota that there may be some shenanigans occurring in that locker room.
Yeah. And the next paragraph says that Fitzgerald would signal for players to be added to, quote, Shrek's list with a specific clapping motion during practice. He said he saw Fitzgerald make the motion at least 5 times since the 2020 season. He would be smiling menacingly at the individual who messed up while simultaneously clapping his hands over his head in the specific manner. Our head coach communicating that this individual did something wrong and needs to be put on the list and hazed accordingly. The vast majority of the team would then join in following Fitz's lead.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just, man, I played sports. I didn't play at that level. Played sports my whole life. Played in high school
Hmm.
in a couple different sports. I just, I saw guys get into it. As more
Yeah.
of a you screwed this up, you screwed that up, or what, just more from a confrontational but not in an
Hmm.
organized way. And yeah, I just can't relate to or obviously approve of that kind of singling out
Yeah.
of people. And obviously we know from hearing about, especially in college football. And we know from seeing movies in the book that was written by Bob Knight and hearing all the stories concerning him that, yes, hazing has been a part of sports and other clubs for a long, long time. And there was a day and age in which it was more acceptable. And then those people that take those traditions forward through generations continue to think that they're okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not. Now, each one of us would draw the line somewhere, and it would be different for each one of us. But hopefully, as a civilized society, we would be able to come up with some reasonable, you know, you kept false starting, you got to run a lap. Okay, well, that's different. You Whatever the case might be, push-ups, sit-ups, that sort of thing. Or we're going to make the freshmen put on a little comedy show or sing the fight song or whatever. All that stuff that's pretty cliched, kind of light hazing, I have no issue with. But this is
Mm-hmm.
just not
Yeah,
good
and
in any way.
it's detailed enough that it would be pretty difficult for somebody to just come up with this stuff on the fly and make it up. There's just a little much here, and
Yeah, it
and the
is.
Shrek thing has been corroborated. Someone sent a pic to ESPN and said, "Hey, here's the Shrek thing.
Yeah, I
Here's the
see that
list of
now.
guys."
Listed the names of the players. So on this whiteboard with the headline Shrek's List, listing the names of the players as well as bulleted items that included naked slingshot, naked bear crawls, naked center quarterback exchange, and naked pass rush. Wow. Yeah. Sick stuff.
And you mentioned Bob Knight, but I think with Fitzgerald, I mean, because he's not an old coach per se, but he's
Mm-hmm.
been around Northwestern for so long that he's kind of set in his ways on things, and he just apparently didn't really reevaluate what he was doing, which he shouldn't have been doing at all.
Yeah, you just wonder if, let's say all of this is true, that Pat Fitzgerald, having played college football in the early to mid 90s, having played high school football back into the 80s, I don't remember his background in regards to a father or a family, a football family, but if his father coached, you can be going back generations in regards to what is considered locker room normalcy. And
Mm-hmm.
even though we're sitting here in 2023, if you're Pat Fitzgerald and you're looked upon as a favored son and you played there and you did those things then and you're carrying them forward, this is how these things continue to be conducted even in this day and age.
Yeah, and I got to drop soon, Mark. But one thing I do like give with what's coming up, in regards to Northwestern in particular, I talked to a good friend of mine years ago who's a Northwestern alumna who used to tutor some of the football players there, and I thought, oh, that's interesting, like because they're Northwestern students still, and she was like, no, they're idiots. Like I absolutely loathed them. I hated them. They wouldn't pay attention in class. They were just like complete goofs. And that surprised me because I was like, well,
Sure.
it's Northwestern. You would think that you would at least have, that wouldn't be like, because she used to work in Atlanta, and in Atlanta, even though she didn't care about college football, she had to at least pay attention to it because in Atlanta, everybody talks about SEC football and particularly Georgia. But I was surprised to hear from her that even at Northwestern, right, as esteemed as it is, no, you still have a bunch of, literally dumb jocks going there. And so when you put the old ways in place with
Mm-hmm.
those guys, it continues.
Yes, it is disturbing. That's for sure. Again, I don't want to presume guilt, but yeah, the specifics really make it give it a bad look for sure. And the number of people now coming out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Alex. Anything else?
No, man, keep at it. And hey, it's very, like, again, season's coming soon, but it's nice where we can like take a break from realignment and the usual like sort of off season, early preseason shenanigans. Now we're back to scandal. College football is back.
All right,
Well,
Alex. Well, thank you for calling.
yep. Yep. Catch you later.
All right. We will keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football and take another call in here from Mr. Corey Bratta.
Did I just hear the last caller say he's thankful that we don't have to hear about realignment anymore, so we've got stories like this? Because all I know, Mark, is I've heard terms like naked, dry humping, disturbing terms I never expected to hear on the Mark Rogers Voice of College Football show. So,
well, I will say this in defense of Alex that yes, that struck me kind of funny, except for we had a probably 15-minute call and everything he said was classy and on point. So I don't necessarily know that he meant it in that manner.
I will give him the benefit of the doubt as well. I'm just curious, Mark. I'm sure that you're the first thought with all this coming down on Patty Fitz this week. I would have to think that your first thought was probably Iowa, right? Like that's the first compare. Not saying it's apples to apples because it's not.
Yeah. I brought up Iowa to the previous caller.
But at the same time, you have the Maryland situation. It seems like there's some Big Ten issues. Is it fair to say there have been a lot more Big Ten scandals of national relevance in the last decade than SEC scandals, Pac-12 scandals, etc.? Am I going mad? I mean, you have the Larry Nassar thing at Michigan State. You've got the Ohio State wrestling stuff. You've got Pat Fitzgerald at Northwestern. You've got the what's the guy's name over at Maryland that got fired for the kid dying?
Yeah, DJ Durkin.
You've got the Kirk Ferentz Iowa situation. It just seems like there's a lot here.
You got the former doctor, team physician at Michigan.
You've
sexual assault.
and you know, with all of this, we're kind of passing over the mess that has been Nebraska, whether you're talking about Mickey Joseph's scandal or Scott Frost being drunk on recruiting visits, like all that. It just seems like, I don't know, man, this conference, there's some weird stuff with this conference.
And the weird stuff, minus the last couple issues you threw at everyone, is very much institutional by nature, and that's what makes it disturbing. Is we're not talking about something that was isolated in a one-time issue, a one-time situation, because when we're dealing with this many people at these institutions and people with young men with a lot of testosterone, yes, things will happen. There will be mistakes made and bad judgment and all of that. But when it is perpetuated, if not encouraged, or even part of the culture, that's why I made the distinction a few minutes ago between, we see these things happen where the head coach is responsible, but he did not know about it. Then you have these situations where things are running amok and the head coach is responsible and knowledgeable of the situation, but doesn't want to rock the boat, doesn't want to offend or confront people, and lets it go, or even encourages it. And then you have the worst I've heard of is Les Miles at Oklahoma State actually initiating behavior that is just disgusting. You know, just being the actual originator of that kind of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to paint the picture like we're just focusing on the Big Ten. I see some people in the chat, you know, we didn't mention Penn State, the most obvious of probably all of these scandals.
Sure.
But you know, the Oklahoma State thing, how many years ago was that? What year would that have been?
That was like 2004, 5, 6 in that range.
That was
before then. That was before then even. Yeah.
Yeah. Everything we just named was all.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's all been in the last 10 to 15 years. And, you know, I know there's been, I don't know that you can attribute it to conference, but it does seem odd. Now, the DJ Durkin thing, remind me, was that before Maryland was in the conference?
No, no.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, it's not Apple. But by the way, are you having a bad hair day today, Mark?
I'm having a hesitancy to allow certain people on the air, and you just happen to. But believe me, there's a reason for it. Let's just say
Okay.
that.
Good,
Yeah.
because it looks like, you know, you've got the banner up for me, and it looks like I am you. Uh,
Well, I just wanted to acknowledge, since we have a celebrity in the house, that
yeah.
that you are the
Yeah.
guy on the line, and I
Right.
saw that had you had your camera on, I would have brought us back to full video. But yeah, we've had some recent issues. So
Well, you, like I said earlier in the chat, you look happy in the picture on the screen. So,
yeah,
you know,
it's the only one we've got. So I
that's
guess
good.
I should take various headshots for various topics. My disgusted, my frustrated, my happy, my joyous, whatever. Yeah,
Exasperated. Yeah.
exasperated. Yes,
Okay.
often
All right.
exasperated.
Well, I don't have anything else to say really. Um, so unless you have something to rip Iowa for, or, I'm just kind of like, man, this has brought me back again. Not that it's apples to apples, but this has brought me back to 3 years ago. And it's such a program at Northwestern that's been built on, at least seemingly built on, some of the same values that Iowa was built on, or has been built on. And you brought it up. I mean, Kirk Ferentz made it through that, and there may not have been another coach in the country that would have made it through that. Pat Fitzgerald has an enormous, or has had an enormous amount of equity with Northwestern, although, it doesn't help when you're not winning anymore. Um, so, but it is eerily similar. And then you have the proximity of those two programs. I mean, proximity of Iowa and Iowa City and Chicago. And I know Kirk Ferentz has a lot of respect for Pat Fitzgerald. I've always kind of thought, Mark, I know you said you liked Pat Fitzgerald earlier based on what you know publicly. I kind of think he's always seemed like a jerk, to be quite frank. And, that's just me not knowing the guy, and my observations based on, the little bit of public interaction. I just think he seems like a jerk. And everybody gushed on him. I know your boy Steve Dace has had a huge man crush on Pat Fitzgerald for years. I just always thought he seemed like a jerk. So
Mm.
I'm not trying to kick him while he's down, but I've never been a Pat Fitzgerald fan.
Yeah. Well, again, I reiterate this all the time when those kind of comments are made, and Erica and others are telling us that Pat Fitzgerald has been fired.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that from.
I just Googled it, and I'm not finding anything yet.
Let's see here. Yes. Yep. That's Pete Thamel's reporting that
Okay.
Fitzgerald has been fired.
Okay.
That is out there from Pete Thamel of ESPN.
I wonder if he would have been fired if he was 11-1 last year and not 1-11.
Well, that's part of the reason you can't diagnose this as apples to apples with Iowa, regardless of the nature of these things. I mean, you can't equate racism with sexual assault or allegations of sexual assault, but the idea that is not an issue, that Northwestern going 1-11 last year, and what was their record the year before?
3-9.
3-9. I mean, they're 4-20 over the last two seasons. I mean, that you can't convince me that doesn't have a role. And as odd as that sounds, because you would think decisions of this nature should be based solely on the allegations at hand, but I also think it's fair that an institution is going to look at a party in well, first of all, Northwestern's also a totally different type of institution, right? Just it's a private institution, obviously the academic side of this. I'm just trying to think where these two programs are different, because this is it looks like a hasty decision, such a polar opposite of how Iowa handled their issues.
Well, if you think of it as a business, then you think, okay, sales are awful. We are not selling. We are not excelling at what we do. whatever that is. And in this case, it's winning football games. We're horrible. We are the worst right now. And now we've got somebody who has tarnished our reputation badly. And maybe we are more and more discovering that this is most likely true. And what do we have to lose? We're not letting go somebody who's excelling at their job. They're failing at their job. And now, and especially in this day and age of social media and public image and all of that being so well crafted by institutions and businesses, they don't want a bad look. So let's get rid of the guy let's have a fall guy. And I'm not saying in any way that Pat Fitzgerald's not responsible. If everything that's stated in that article is true, then absolutely he is responsible and should be held accountable to the nth degree. But
and here's the other thing about this, Mark. We've talked about it on our show. How much more time would Northwestern give Pat Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
And I think we both agreed that if he weren't Pat Fitzgerald, if he hadn't been there 17 years, brought that program to relevance, played for them as a player and done, obviously took him, what was it, the 95 Rose Bowl he was a part of?
Yes.
If he hadn't been if he hadn't been who he is, he probably wouldn't have been the head coach at this point in time anyways, because it's hard to recover this day and age of college football. It's hard to recover from 3-9 and 1-10 or 1-11 and keep your job. So in a sense, not that these allegations, I mean, I believe in innocent until proven guilty, but in a sense, what's been brought to the forefront over the last 48 hours or whatever it's been has kind of quickly chipped away at the legacy that kept him in a solid foundation, despite the record of the last couple of seasons. So
at the very least, even if he's not the initiator of this, and again, let's also understand that everything that I read in terms of the account of that former player to the university president, there's also a player that's leading a group on the other side saying there is some truth to that, but it's exaggerated and all of these other things. So let's say that at the least, Pat Fitzgerald knew about things, let them go, or didn't know some things that were going on that were extreme. You still fire a coach that goes 4-20 that doesn't have control of his locker room and his team, even if he's not initiating poor behavior and he is not right in the middle of it.
Well, and the bottom line is, if I have no reason to doubt Pete Thamel's report. So assuming that that's correct and that he's done, Northwestern better have a solid evidence that gives them probable cause to fire him, or they are going to be facing litigation, right? I mean, just with how the world operates today, that's a quick decision without really, there's no way you can possibly investigate this fully. Although some of what you read earlier that I have not read indicated that Northwestern has known about some of these allegations for a while, correct?
I don't know.
Well, I'll have to read some more on this.
Yeah,
but
I don't know how long.
That's the feeling I got from it. But
I really don't know how successful that litigation would be, considering, again, you can fire a head coach for pretty much any reason. And the reason would start with, you're a losing head coach. There are coaches that are getting fired left and right that have much better records than you. So let's start with that. And then number two, at the very least, you don't have control over your football program.
Yeah, but the problem is timing on this, Mark. You don't think if
sure,
what comes down here, that's the problem. And if they had fired him a month ago before this came out, it wouldn't have been an issue. They could have used the record. But the fact that this has come out I will be surprised if there's not either a massive buyout or litigation, and the Fitzgerald side basically arguing that this was never fully investigated, both sides were not properly heard, and that'll be an ugly end to his coaching career at Northwestern, and an ugly end to the legacy of Pat Fitzgerald at Northwestern.
See, I'm actually thinking that the buyout would be mitigated to a certain extent. And let's say the buyout, let's just make up a number, is $30 million that Northwestern could get away with saying, you could be fired in a justifiable way and get nothing. So here's $15 million, go. And that would kill the litigation threat, and he'd be off the books and gone.
Real quick, Mark, before I let somebody else call in, any early guesses on a candidate for this job?
Well, I got to say, it had me scurrying to, I'm showing my lack of, former Northwestern quarterback. I'm going to the coordinator's position first and foremost. So their offensive coordinator, he was a quarterback there. And then you have the defensive coordinator. Now, they had a 50-year defensive coordinator, of course, in Mike Hankowitz, but he left 2 years ago. Their current defensive coordinator, David Braun, I'm sure he doesn't have much experience and is not prepared for this job, I don't believe. He was the defensive coordinator most recently at North Dakota State, so he was never a head coach. So that
might be part of
them.
That might be the part of the decision to make this decision right now, because they figure, hey, the clock is ticking on 2023.
Yeah, let's think about who could come on in, because they're not in a situation like Iowa is to say, hey, this is Phil Parker's job. We've got an issue here. Bam. We can go to somebody we trust who's ready to go.
And this program is already teetering on being a pile of crap. Yes. And it's been a pile of crap in the past.
Exactly. Yeah, it's if you don't have good leadership, and when I say good leadership, I'm talking in a football sense, like Pat Fitzgerald has been, and Gary Walker and others, then yes, this is a program. It doesn't take much for it to collapse and be awful. That's what I grew up with Northwestern being, is 1-10, 0-11 every year.
What's Lovie Smith doing these days?
Lovie Smith is the head coach of the Houston Texans, unless he got fired.
Okay.
Right.
That shows you how little knowledge I have of what's going on in the NFL.
Lovie Smith. I don't think he got fired. Lovie Smith.
Let's say he's got some strong Chicago roots.
Maybe he got fired because it's not showing that he is currently the head coach.
There you go, Mark. I don't know that he fits Northwestern. Lovie I have no
Smith.
idea.
Did that just pop into your head?
Popped into my head. I mean, he just not that he.
Oh, he was the head coach. He was the head coach last year, unless they fired him after one season.
Everybody in the chat saying he got fired.
He got fired after 1 year. Okay. Lovie Smith at Northwestern. Okay.
Well, everything I know about Lovie Smith is he is a class guy.
Well, you're everything I more than I am. Here's one for you, David Shaw.
I don't think they could they reel in David Shaw?
Probably not.
He seems a little bit above.
How about Jim Leonard? He wants to run a Big Ten football
program. That is a great. Where is he at right now?
He's not working, I don't believe.
Oh, then he needs to be right at the top. Based on, I just don't you think, based on, he would be the type of guy who, I'm not saying that he's going to resurrect that program, but man, I could see him being steady Eddie.
Yes, he is sitting out the season. Not like intentionally did I read this, just he does not have a job. And you're talking about arguably the best. Sorry, I'm stepping on Phil Parker's toes, but you know what I mean. He's in that upper echelon as best defensive coordinator.
Mike in the chat says Leonard would not take that. So I guess we got to move on, Mark. Mike says that Leonard would not take the job.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So we better move on.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
Yep. And Paul Christ, I see Joey Foster says Paul Christ.
Paul Christ. Yeah.
I don't know.
I think we've come up with a decent list right off the top of our
Yeah,
head.
I think the Leonard one is the one to watch. So,
all right.
Anyway,
we will remember that you heard it here first. If Jim Leonard is hired.
Yeah, the only reason I brought up Lovey for the record is because he would have somewhat of a recruiting reputation. Well, I don't know if it's a great reputation, but reputation in the state of Illinois, obviously. He's familiar with the Big Ten. He obviously was a very successful coach in Chicago at one time. Don't know that he fit the college game when he went to Illinois, but at the same time, Northwestern's a different animal, for better or for worse. So it's just a name that popped up. But anyways.
Definitely needs to be somebody with a strong backbone and personality to correct things, to, say this is it. This is a different era. This is a different regime. We are doing things the right way.
Wait, that doesn't that say someone like Lovey? I mean, maybe not. There's not many people as seasoned as him out there.
No.
He's been at every level and seen the highs and the lows, but knowing how Northwestern operates, they'll probably hire somebody that is not a big name. Is that fair? And it's either going to work or it's not.
Well, the second point I can definitely agree with. That it's either going to work or it's not. But the first one, yeah, I would tend to agree with you. But Northwestern, who in the world can they get? It's not like they're calling Urban Meyer,
Yeah.
No, and obviously he would not be the most ethical choice necessarily, but also, yeah, from a football standpoint, he's kind of out of reach.
So go get Matt Campbell, Mark.
Matt Campbell. I don't know. Iowa State to Northwestern. I don't.
Well, I'm just thinking, man. I'm Iowa State's got some weird stuff going on right now.
We'd have to bring on your guy Levi and present him with that scenario just to insult him, because he would definitely be insulted by that.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. So, anyways, all right, Mark. You have a good rest of your show. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Iowa show.
Awesome, Corey. Thank you for calling. Appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Corey Brada from the Hawkeye of the Storm. If you're not aware, it's from the Hawkeye of the Storm. It's the best Iowa content on the internet, on YouTube, from the Hawkeye of the Storm. And Corey and I get together each and every Tuesday night, as Corey just stated, every Tuesday night with our Iowa football show at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. We talk Nebraska football. So we've got all you Big Ten football fans here. You got to realize that on Monday night, we've got a USC show at 11 Eastern on the USC channel. And I know, let's keep in mind, USC, a member of the Big Ten, starting in 1 year from now. So USC live, that's at 11 Eastern on Monday. It's a doubleheader of Iowa, Nebraska, 5:30 and 7 on Tuesday nights. And then Ohio State, Michigan, Wednesday. All right, we will keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. We've got Chris on the line. Chris, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Mark?
I am doing just fine. Good to hear from you.
Oh, you're not going to broadcast me on your live stream, I guess.
I'm not broadcasting anyone today.
Oh, okay.
Except myself.
I have a face for radio.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with you, Chris. If you notice, the first two callers were not on either.
No, it's okay.
We've had some issues recently, and I would just rather not even think about it right this second.
Kind of strangely, though, this is the first time I've been able to call in where it actually was able to use my camera.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. We will use your camera in the future.
Oh, no, it's okay. Like I say, I have a face for radio, so.
I don't believe that.
Well, you haven't seen me yet, so. Anyway.
Some would say the same about me, Chris. So, hey.
Not at all. Anyway, I was just kind of thinking, and I'm just spitballing here. So if this isn't appropriate to what you want to talk about, then just tell me. But, he had that one season, like I said, where it looked like he was going to start off, Nebraska, they beat, and what was it where'd they play that game, by the way? I don't really remember, but it looked like, Yeah, it looked like they were going to be, when they beat Nebraska, because that was, I know Nebraska wasn't as good as they were going to expected, but it looked like they're going to, I thought, well, heck, if they can beat Nebraska. But I just looking at their schedule right now, it looked like they had a disappointing loss at the end of the year against Illinois. And he only won one game the whole year. So, I mean, it looks like they were, reasonably close to winning a few of the games, but they were a couple, like I said, against Illinois, and then there was one against Wisconsin. It looks like where they got beat pretty bad. So, I mean, it might have been that he was going to be gone anyway. I mean, I wouldn't know, but and then they had a game. It looks like they had a game against Miami of Ohio where they almost got beat, or no, they did get beat. So they had a game against Miami of Ohio where they got beat. So
yeah, they lost to an FCS team and a MAC team last
right.
year. Yeah, they've been really bad for 2 years, just awful.
But Erica was curious, and so I went ahead and looked to see where they stack up against the rest of they're a top 70 program though, which is by the way I do it anyway, and that's not too bad. I mean, it puts them behind some teams that aren't that great like SMU, but it puts them ahead of Virginia. So I mean, they're not a I don't know that it's fair to say that they're a bad program, but I guess it's kind of where you want to draw the line, I guess, as far as what good is. We've already had this discussion, but they're solidly in this top 70 as far as overall winning percentage. I don't know if you knew that.
Well, see, for me, Chris, it all depends on what our parameters are. So your parameters are all time. So whatever games were played in 1900 count just as much as the games that were played last season.
Sure.
I look at it from more the standpoint, again, it all depends on what the conversation is. But typically, if we're talking about programs right now,
I thought,
for example, I listed my 1 through 133 list of programs right now, and the emphasis, because many of those I know differed from your selections by quite a bit, but mine are about right this second, not all time.
I did what I thought was kind of like I think I already showed it to you, where I don't know what you call it. It's like where I took the all-time percentage and I kind of combined it with last year's winning. And I didn't look to see where Northwestern was, but it gives kind of a pretty good idea, I guess, of where the teams are at the moment, sort of thing. And that's the one that told me that Ohio State's at the first, for the time being, until they get beat or whatever. But so it's just kind of a way to kind of spitball, I guess, where. But anyway, if it was just based on where I think they should be at the present time, I think we'd have Ohio State first. But it's not because I think so. It's just that they deserve to be there, sort of thing. That's what I mean. It's like people confuse what I do is like making it about me somehow, but it really isn't about me. It's just about taking the numbers and kind of throwing them in a formula that I think is fair, but it might not agree with somebody else's idea. So it's like you shouldn't take it as like the last word on anything. But right now it looks like if somebody wanted to hand or a good team to bet on, I guess would maybe be Ohio State. But it's not they're not the only team. I mean, it's just that they're right at the top, which is where they probably should be because. It's like when you're good over a consistent, that's where you land is where you're, so they're a good team to put on the top. And I can't remember. I think Michigan was right up there too. And then Georgia and Alabama and Tennessee were two other ones. So it's the program's kind of what they do to put themselves where they belong. I don't know if you got a chance to look at that.
I don't believe so, Chris.
Well, that's okay. But anyway, and again, it's just it's what the numbers tell me. It's not what I'm not trying to like predict anything because I don't really do that anyway, but a good team, maybe, I don't know if you're interested in like a good G5. Do you follow those very closely?
So first of all, we've got a Big Ten show here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So this is a Big Ten show, number one. Number two, Pat Fitzgerald just got fired after 17 seasons. So if you want to call me back and discuss your rankings, you are more than welcome to, Chris. But we're going to stick to topic here.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand. I don't really know anything about Pat Fitzgerald, so I can't really. I know he played for Northwestern. That's about all I know about him. So I can't really offer you much on that.
Well, call back anytime, Chris.
All right.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Bye.
All right. We will keep it going. Yes, we typically say, hey, regardless of what the topic is on this particular day, we are open to talking anything college football, and you ultimately produce the show. However, as was the case with Mark Richt, Mark D'Antonio, Willie Taggart. Who else? My goodness. Just about every major coach who's been fired over the last 5 years, we have gone live instantly, immediately. And therefore, that's what we need to talk about, Pat Fitzgerald. But if you would like to talk about Big Ten football, certainly we don't need to just talk about Pat Fitzgerald, but this is a Big Ten football show. We got the real MVP on the line. The real, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much other than this major breaking news. How about you, Mark?
I'm doing just fine. Just, again, anytime something like this happens, I'm not going to condemn or assume or anything like that, but it sounds bad, and I just want justice to be served.
Right. I'm just going to let that whole debacle play out because I wasn't there. I don't know what happened, so I don't think it's my responsibility to play either side of it.
I hope you weren't there.
So fair enough, Mark. But the point I want to get to is I want to get this from a realignment angle, Mark. Okay.
Yes.
You know, schools are being added to conferences all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But with Northwestern being a debacle, this debacle, and probably going to be a debacle going forward, is it possible Northwest gets taken out of the Big Ten completely?
It's funny that you mention that because that has just started to be brought up, as you mentioned, just I would say in recent months. Not that no one 5 years ago, just in a crazy way, said, you know, the Big Ten should kick out Maryland and Rutgers, or the SEC should boot Vandy, just on kind of a whim, like, but it's not going to happen. But man, if you look at the Big Ten and you look at the more and more these conferences become consolidated with higher end programs, you would think that there would be a thought given to why is Northwestern here? Why are we supporting a program that brings in 25,000 in attendance, and when Wisconsin and Ohio State and others are in town, they fill the stadium, not the home team. Nobody watches them. Nobody cares. And obviously I'm exaggerating, but at the level of a Big Ten school, and they're not in any way adding anything to our football product. And that goes to another part of the discussion that I don't have an answer for, and that involves the continuity of the conference from an academic standpoint and the amount of weight given to that. And of course, Northwestern's at the very top of the conference academically.
I understand that, Mark. I understand that. And that should play. I just don't know how much it plays into it. Is it 65% academics or 65% athletics?
I just can't answer that either.
Right.
Because there has yet to be a move made that would make either one obvious.
Right. But the way I'm thinking about it is if right now you could switch out Northwestern for Notre Dame, is there any doubt the Big Ten would do that in a heartbeat?
Like if they were forced to. Like you can't just add, you need to replace, and therefore you need to move somebody else. Yeah, you would think that there's no way that they don't make that move. But to my point, what are some of the worst? Again, to Tony Altimore's point, there are no bad schools. There are no failing schools. They're all really good when we talk about Power 5 schools. But whoever's on the lowest end of that, but is a great football team, you know, I would have to see that happen. The Big Ten takes in, again, I don't even know who that would be on the low end of the academics. That would be a tremendous football school for a conference to say, this is going to show everyone, not that this would be their aim or goal, but this is going to show this move that football means more. Or in the case of maybe Stanford, I guess they would be the exception to the other end of the spectrum. If the Big Ten goes and gets Stanford and Cal, well, it's telling us they will put up with the football. And there is hope that the football can be good, but we're going to put up with the football in exchange for just academic prowess. Those moves, like I say, at least based on my perspective, has not been made yet.
Right. I would completely agree.
To make it obvious. Yeah.
So, and I wanted to rebut something Corey said, or you and Corey kind of laughing at, which was Matt Campbell. With the media deals coming in from the Big Ten and SEC, I think if you're one of these other coaches from the Big 12, ACC, or Pac 12, even though Northwestern football wise has been horrendous, I think you're going to make more money just because of the TV deal than you can at a Big 12 school.
Well, it's a good point. You make a good point. So Northwestern, despite how little the attendance is and the other factors, they're making just as much money as Ohio State is on the TV deal. They're not making as much money as Ohio State. But as Tony's charts show us, Ohio State made more money in football than any program in the country last year. So Northwestern's nowhere in that class. But to your point, they make more money in television than anybody in the Big 12. So if Northwestern wants to reinvest into its product, and it's a small investment when you think about it, when you think of we can hire a decent coach for $4 million, or we can go top rung, not that Matt Campbell's top rung, but an accomplished coach and a young guy who's up and coming. And we see Packer 910 in the chat say Dave Clawson to Northwestern. That's an interesting idea right there. I like that. But we can spend. We're making more money than any team in television revenue, except for about 15 in the country. Why don't we take 3 or 4 million of that per season and invest it in a tremendous coach? So you make a good point.
Yeah, and especially with Northwestern's history. I mean, it's been proven that they can be good. It's proven they can win the Big Ten West. It's not like they've been a complete tire fire forever. Now, most of their history's been a tire fire, but it would take the right guy to win.
Since the mid-90s, they've been pretty good most of the time.
Right.
They've got about a 30-year run of being good most of the time.
Right. You would put them, where would that be in that tier? The Maryland type tier?
Yeah.
Fair enough, Mark. I just can't believe this happened while you were alive. I mean, that's just crazy. I just feel bad for everything that might have happened to everybody involved. Horrible situation, but you know what? Northwestern had to make a move. And Mark, do you think Northwestern would have made this move if Pat Fitzgerald went 12-0 or 11-1?
I think that they would still have to make this move if they were convinced that he was involved as heavily as those details in ESPN. But if they could just separate him from it and basically say he's lost control of the program, lack of the famous quote unquote institutional control, but he's not the instigator, he's not the organizer of this, and he's 11-1. So, we're going to slap him on the wrist, tell him he needs to do better oversight, but they could somehow work around the direct connection of being the organizer and instigator of this kind of behavior, then he would keep his job.
Right. The final thing I'll say before I go, Mark, is you might want to change the title of your video to Pat Fitzgerald fired or something like that, because there's new people entering the chat at all times.
Absolutely.
That don't know that he's been fired. So that's the final suggestion I'll have for you. Have a good rest of your show, Mark.
Appreciate your suggestion, sir. Thanks to Real. All right, we will keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. Yes, Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald in that role since all the way back to 2006. And keep in mind, at Northwestern, linebacking legend, College Football Hall of Famer, is out as Northwestern head coach amidst all the allegations that have been wielded. We got Jackson on the line here at the Voice of College Football. Jackson, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing, Mark?
Oh, just taking in the news and taking it all in.
I know, right? It's I honestly just don't know what to say, because it's like you don't want to see this type of situation happen. it's sad for everybody involved. And I'm honestly wondering who'll be the interim coach as of right now, because I'm thinking it's either going to be David Braun, the defensive coordinator, or it's going to be Matt McPherson, the assistant head coach. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, I would not be able to give you an educated guess.
I
don't cover Northwestern to that degree to know who seems to be more in line with running the program.
Well, for right now, but as for like Pat Fitzgerald, right now I'm thinking he's just gonna lie low for a little bit, and I'm thinking he's gonna be like he's gonna go into coaching rehabilitation center, like either like a Saban, or he's gonna work for like Harbaugh or Ryan, somebody, for like a year or so.
Yeah, and again, I do believe that a lot of that is going to rest upon how involved he is. So the Pete Thamel article, if you go line by line, you see a bunch of specifics in there based on the story coming from the former player that would make it look like Pat Fitzgerald is the instigator of all of this. He's the organizer of this kind of behavior. Now, if you go by what was earlier stated by the president and the report, and then also the former player or the current player, and I guess group of players that were defending Pat Fitzgerald, it would be that they cannot connect him directly to it. Well, those two lines of stories do not cross. They do not cooperate. So somebody's right and somebody's wrong. And again, early in the article, it states that and the former player, or I guess he's a current player, the one defending Fitzgerald and leading that group, believes that all of this has truth to it, but is exaggerated. Again, in terms of your original statement about him being eligible, being, employable soon, I think has a lot to do with the extent of these details.
Right. I mean, it's just a disaster for everybody involved. The current players, the former players, the AD, the school president, everybody in Evanston, Illinois. It's just there's not a lot of happiness right now.
So we can all think of coaches that have had issues or been connected to issues in some ways like this, and they've been able to do exactly what you're talking about, rehab, quote unquote, and they're back. Steve Sarkisian being the most obvious recent one. But then there are other guys who have gone to a degree of Art Briles, John Gruden. They've never been heard from again. And they're good enough to have jobs.
Yeah.
But they're untouchable. Les Miles is untouchable at this point. He's not, no one is going to hire him.
Especially with the misconduct allegations that got him fired at Kansas.
Yeah.
That was a disaster. I'm honestly wondering that, because I mean, the interim names for the candidates I just given, I don't think they're going to be head coaches for like 2024 and beyond. Oh, that's funny. Brian Ferentz in Northwestern. We definitely need a little bit of a laugh every now and again today, especially a day like today. So I'm wondering, do you think Brian Hartline or Jesse Mentor, I think I got the name right?
Brian Hartline?
Yeah.
Well, it seems funny that a coach who just became a coordinator in the same conference is too good for another job, but that is the example right there. Brian Hartline's not going to Northwestern.
Yeah.
Brian Hartline, if things either turn one way or the other with Ryan Day, whether that's he wins a national championship and says, I'm off to the Kansas City Chiefs or somewhere. And the reason I say that there is a connection there, and based on a conversation that will be made available to everyone here soon, you'll know that there's a reason why I said that. But an NFL job, let's say, for Ryan Day, or he gets fired, then Brian Hartline, I'm not going to say he's a cinch for the job, but he could be the next head coach at Ohio State. I don't think he wants to touch Northwestern.
I wouldn't blame him.
He's coaching Marvin Harrison Jr. right now. Like, I don't know that what he'd be thinking. I don't know what to do with these guys. Like, he's scouting better players on the recruiting trail.
That's true. I know that you and Corey a little while ago talked about the possibility of Jim Leonhard, the former Wisconsin.
Jim Leonhard. Yes.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to be touching Northwestern anytime soon, from what I'm hearing from the conversation. So that's a no.
Yeah, I would still make the call. I would have to make the call. If I'm Northwestern, the guys I came up with right away were Jim Leonhard. Corey said Lovie Smith. I said David Shaw. He said Matt Campbell. Our buddy in the chat there said David Clausen, which if Dave Clausen goes to Northwestern, that's a great hire.
What about Jim Knowles?
Jim Knowles. Wow. That's a wild card. I don't know if Jim Knowles wants to be a head coach. I don't know.
Kind of like you think he might be like a Bud Foster, where he's just like a defensive coordinator for a lifetime?
Yeah, I don't know that he's ever been. He's going to have that kind of success. He's going to have to be Brent Venables 2.0 to be asked those kind of questions for us to even find out. Like, he's not put himself in position.
Ooh.
Not that Jim Knowles couldn't get a job as a head coach. Maybe Georgia Southern would hire him, but I mean, to progress in his career, he needs to show that I can coach 4 and 5 stars to a top 5 defense in the country.
So, like, one more suggestion I'm thinking of, and this is a group of 5 head coach. Jamie Chadwell, do you think he would consider touching Northwestern, or do you think he's happy right where he's at Liberty at the moment?
Well, it's kind of difficult for us to assess how happy he is. He's only been there for like 3 months.
Right.
But so now what DeReal MVP brought up a few phone calls ago is a legitimate take on this in terms of all this TV revenue coming in, that even if you're the worst program in the conference, you might as well take that investment, that amount of money that you're now receiving, and reinvest in your program. And so Northwestern should be able to spend so much more money on a head coach than these teams from other conferences.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason. Now, whether Northwestern can get this caliber of a coach is another thing, but there's no reason for Northwestern not to go out and say, we're going to spend as much money on a head coach as Florida State is. They make more TV revenue.
For sure. I see that Joey Foster's suggesting Garrett Riley.
Garrett Riley. I like this one. I'd have to think about Garrett Riley. Again, Garrett Riley, I got to see a little bit more from him. Although these coaches, they do ascend quickly. Sometimes guys will get head coaching positions, and if you look at their resume, you'll see that 2 years ago, they were a position coach at Baylor.
Yeah.
Joey McGuire. So it doesn't take sometimes just 1 or 2 really good seasons, and people are coming up with some interesting choices. Ken Niumatalolo from Navy, he did an excellent job there up until the last couple of years. LFG is saying Jerry Kill, pardon the pun, killed it at Minnesota. Did a great job. Mike Hart, Stephen Cherry says Mike Hart.
Ooh, that's a good one, Mike Hart. I like that suggestion. I love that suggestion about the former Navy head coach.
Yeah, I've always liked him.
I mean, he was amazing at Navy. Like he had an amazing record against Notre Dame, and he was part of that coaching staff from '07 when Navy ended that long losing streak against Notre Dame, especially.
Yes. And he beat Army like 13 years in a row.
Exactly. I mean, that is a guy you absolutely want as a head coach for sure.
Oh, we got Corey chiming in with LeVar Woods, the special
Ooh.
teams coordinator at Iowa.
LeVar Woods. All right. But yeah, it was just like you said, the coordinators, one good year and they're automatically good. Oh, no, don't put Bill O'Brien near that. Northwestern suffered enough. They have suffered enough.
Why are people all over Bill O'Brien? He did a heck of a job at Penn State. He did.
He did all right.
People don't like Bill O'Brien. I think a lot of it has to do with his personality, not just his coaching style, because his first half of his tenure with the Texans was really good. They had never done anything. And then it went sour there.
Yeah. It's. I guess we'll wait and see. But it's like you said, there's been like a lot of coordinators, one good season, bam, their head coach. For example, Ryan Walters from Illinois.
Yes.
He's now the Purdue head coach. And we'll see what he does at Purdue. And, that's pretty much the reason why I suggested some of the Michigan coordinators and Ohio State coordinators for Northwestern, because I kind of figured they'll probably want to go that route. But as you said, also Darrell said there's a lot of money coming in for Northwestern, so they could get like a better name suggestion, if you will.
If Garrett Riley's as good as he gave us indication of last year, I do like Joey's suggestion about Garrett Riley, because they could use some ingenuity. The one thing that Pat Fitzgerald could not do at Northwestern is ever develop and scheme an offense that was worth a damn.
Yeah. The offenses were such a disaster.
And I understand that they were limited at the skill position players, that they didn't have the kind of outside speed and could never recruit and sign those kind of players. But man, they have always been bad on offense. Just, yeah.
Two more suggestions before I
Yeah.
go. Jason Candle at Toledo,
Yeah.
or Matt Ants at North Dakota State.
Yeah, Candle's doing a great job at Toledo.
Yeah,
I like Jason Candle.
I don't see why he hasn't been hired as a Power 5 head coach. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, he's been there a while. He's put in a good 7 years, something in that range.
Yeah. He's been amazing.
Yeah. All right, Jackson.
Well,
thanks
Joe,
for the call.
Mark, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Have a good night.
You too.
We keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football, and we've got a list that includes, and no, we are not, Dave, putting Josh Gaddis up there. We know that you're being facetious there. Jim Leonard, Lovie Smith, David Shaw, Matt Campbell, Dave Clausen. Wow, that would be a great hire. Mike Hart, Ken Neomatalolo, Garrett Riley, Jerry Kill, LeVar Woods, Bill O'Brien, Jamie Chadwell, Jason Candle. All right. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. McDee's on the line.
Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
I know it's been
Big
a
Ten
minute.
coach gets fired today.
Yep.
And if you would have asked me maybe 3 years ago, there's a Big Ten coach that's going to get fired in July of 2023. Who's it going to be, Mark? I might have guessed Mike Loxley, but it's not Mike Loxley. He's doing a heck of a job now.
Well, I could tell you that Mike Loxley, because remember Mike Loxley, he came in because Maryland had allegations of stuff. So kind of a similar situation, but I knew Mike Locksley was a good man of character, so I would not have guessed him because of
Well,
issues like
no,
this.
I wasn't going to say that because of his lack of character, even though he did have a couple issues there.
He
in Michigan
did, but he
State.
matured.
No, I was saying that more from the standpoint that the beginning of his tenure
It was
at
bad.
Maryland was not the best.
I was looking at it a few days ago. It was pretty bad, but so Mark, I'll be honest with you. I've been a little bit out of the loop with this whole Northwestern situation. I mean, it kind of came out of nowhere that Pat Fitzgerald got suspended for the 2 weeks
Yes.
starting on Friday. But what led to him getting fired within the past hour? Like, what exactly came out?
Oh, in the last hour. Well, you've got to consider that the way this is snowballing. So we don't right here have as much information as the powers that be. So let's understand that.
Mhm.
But if a quarter of what is being talked about on social media is true, where we're seeing allegations just pouring forth in light of this, and this is what was the centerpiece of my first conversation, my first call, is that, as is true to form, when political figures, celebrities, and athletes, coaches are attacked, and I'm not saying wrongfully attacked, but when charges and allegations come out, then one becomes three, becomes six, becomes 12. And
Right.
that's what's happening with Pat Fitzgerald, first and foremost. And then they obviously determined that our football program is horrible anyway. And so we have justification from a football standpoint. And now, even if these allegations aren't quite as bad in reality, even if we get to the bottom of this and they're not nearly as bad, he is still held responsible for a lack of control over his football program. At the very least,
Right.
that's what you would have to say about this.
Right. And I'm gonna look into it later on tonight, but it seems like it kind of just snowballed. But I want to give you uh four names that I think that haven't been brought up yet. That I think that Northwestern should go after, because I actually think they're gonna get maybe not so much a name per se, but I do think they're gonna get somebody in there. I don't think they're gonna get like a no name in there like Stanford did this past season. But I like the former Navy head coach. I like that suggestion a lot. That'll be a guy I'll go after. Army's head coach as well, Jeff Monkton. That will
Yep.
be a guy as well, right there. I don't think they'll get him though. If I'm Northwestern though, I will call PJ Fleck and offer him a lot of money. I would.
You
I
better
know
offer
you.
him a lot of money.
Well, think about it. The with the previous caller, Northwestern can't get the recruit like the outside position groups recruitment like some of these bigger Big Ten schools. PJ Fleck is somebody he's proved at Minnesota. Now, granted, Minnesota is probably an easier place to win than Northwestern, but I will offer PJ Fleck. I think he'll be a great fit at Northwestern. I really do.
Yeah, I'm not discounting that in any such way. I think PJ Fleck would be a home run hire, but why would PJ Fleck go to Northwestern?
Exactly. That's why I don't think it's
Okay,
going
well,
to happen.
that's the problem.
And I'm going to give you two names out of the Mountain West.
Okay,
Craig Bowl from Wyoming,
sure. He's
and
got a
I forget
losing record.
he
Go
has a
ahead.
losing record, but if you think about it, Wyoming is kind of the Northwestern of the Mountain West.
Are they really?
Talent-wise, they're the worst, and he always seems to get the best
Hmm.
out of that team every year.
Okay.
And I forget the San Jose State's coach's name, but I will go after him.
Well, it was Mike McIntyre. I'm drawing a blank on San Jose State's coach. Yeah, they won the conference 2 years ago. Okay, we'll add those two to the list. Anything else, McD?
No, I just wanted for those last two names and the PJ Fleck theory, but I'm gonna look into this and see what I think about it. But Thanks for taking my call, Mark.
Thanks, McD. Appreciate you being here. We appreciate everyone out there as well. All of you in the chat. Thanks for your, yes, we've got Deion Sanders, of course. Then we've got, man, I've read enough on San Jose State this offseason. I shouldn't be forgetting their head coach's name, Brent Brennan, the head coach of San Jose State. So we will add him to the list, along with a lot of people are saying Willie Fritz. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. Keep in mind the Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. Go to any video, grab the link, put it somewhere, please, where you will remember it, and keep it right there. Use it when you jump on Amazon. It's the same exact shopping experience. Yes. And we also have a number of bad jokes in the chat that we totally do get, and we have no issue with that. But we've got Mike on the line, Michigan fan Mike. How you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I'm doing better than Pat Fitzgerald right now. I wouldn't have said that maybe, would not have said that maybe 24 hours ago, despite the suspension at the time. I would have said, well, he's still pulling in a cool 6 or 7 mil per year, but no longer.
Yeah, actually, I was kind of surprised that Northwestern would be paying that much for a coach. I mean, don't they have a few $100 million tied up in some facilities going on now?
Yes. Beautiful facilities, upgrades. Yes.
And see, I guess I was going through the list that people gave, and I'm looking at this like, no, too big a name. I don't think that I was on record in chat saying that I don't think the next head coach non-interim at Northwestern is going to be a household name.
So you think the next head coach is not necessarily going to be somebody that 90% of the people have heard of that are watching right now?
Yeah, I think. Oh, I think it was Dave. Dave's not here. That said it was going to be an up and comer, and I agree with him.
Yeah, that's the best route to go, up and comer, unless you can get Dave Clawson. I'm making the calls to Jim Leonard, Dave Clawson. Those two just jump out at me as being tremendous hires, especially Clawson. Obviously, he's proven.
See, I think you and Corey were teasing me. I don't think Leonard would be a guy that would take the job.
Well, we're not teasing you. Well, I don't know if Jim Leonard would take the job. I would never tease anybody over a comment like that because I don't know the man. I could definitely see Jim Leonard thinking, I'm better than that. I don't need to go to Northwestern. I can be an NFL defensive coordinator, and then I can set myself up for a really good NFL job or come back to college and be a head coach at a better school. I see that, but I was just simply saying you've got to make that call, or at least I make that call if I'm Northwestern.
Yeah. Well, I know. The name I threw out was one that wasn't on your list. I said in chat earlier, I think the call, in my opinion, the best one would be Thomas Hammock. And you know who that is?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thomas Hammock. Okay, well.
Now, I mean, the case for this one is he's local. You know, because for anybody that doesn't know, he's the coach at Northern Illinois.
Yes.
Now, Northern Illinois just won the MAC a couple years ago. I think, like I said, I think he can, recruit a little bit better. I mean, he knows the area. Plus, and I hate being that guy, but I think the fact that he's African American would be a good PR move, considering everything that's going on.
Well, I don't want to get into particulars, but what are we hearing out of this that is racist?
Well, I thought that a lot of this was
okay, maybe it is. I haven't read into all of it.
Because, I mean, let's face it, Northwestern's going to have to do some PR spinning on this one. So I think that this would be a good politically correct hire, but that's not the reason why I think they should do it. I think that, like I said, he's already got roots in Illinois. And plus, he's been a positions coach at multiple schools in the Big Ten already.
Well, they've made their best PR move in the last hour.
Well,
Their
well
best PR move is it's all his fault. He's responsible for all of it, and we fired him, so he's gone. So it's not our problem. We weren't responsible. We had nothing to do with it.
well, this was not something that just came to light last week. I mean, there's been kind of mumbling about it for a while. And there's always a concern, especially because this being the Big Ten. The Big Ten seems to be the conference of trying to cover up its dark stains. I mean, God knows, with Michigan State, Penn State, our, we have a doctor that we'd rather not talk about. So, this conference has a history of the administration kind of looking the other way.
A recent history, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
Very
it's
recent.
not good. It's not good, especially for a conference that's so decorated academically as being next to the Ivy League, the most prominent athletic conference, or academic conference, and you think of academics and maybe we shouldn't, but academics and culture in terms of a positive culture going hand in hand.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, it's just hazing is such a cliched football, archaic, old school kind of mentality and activity that you don't think about Northwestern, or at least I didn't. And based on the responses of some people, they felt the same way. And maybe that's just being naive, or just thinking too stereotypical on my part, that it's like the Duke lacrosse situation, which obviously turned out not to be so.
I can say that's probably not a good example
Yeah,
because they were innocent of that one.
That started to come out of my mouth, and see how things stay with you for a long time, even when they've been proven to be incorrect and wrong, and that's how reputations are damaged.
Yeah, so I mean, there were some of the names that was on that list. I'm like, I think that's optimistic, and then there's some I heard the Niumatalomo and Munkin.
Yeah.
I mean, is Northwestern looking to go to an option now?
Well,
I mean,
good
why
coaches
are
good
Service
coaches. I don't think that they have to run their system. I think both of those coaches, at least one of them, and I believe it's Munkin for sure, ran other styles of offense prior to going to Army. I might be wrong on that.
Well, usually coaches want to implement their own systems.
Sure.
So that's why I think Service Academy ones are out. And I saw Charlie Strong, and I'm thinking, between Texas and Florida Atlantic, I wouldn't want to hire him.
Okay, so I'm wrong on Jeff Munkin. I'm thinking of, let me look up Niumatalolo, because Jeff Munkin prior to that was at Georgia Southern, Navy, Georgia Tech, Georgia Southern. So yes, steeped in triple option football.
Yeah, see, I think Georgia Tech was the last Power 5 that's going to relegate itself to a triple option. I don't think that's going to be a thing here on out, unless it becomes like the new RPO where everybody's trying to adopt it for some reason. But it's too archaic. I mean, the triple option kind of died out in the 70s.
The triple option, yeah, in the late 70s, early 80s. You still had Texas, Oklahoma running it, and some others.
Yeah, well, yeah, I remember under Royal. Didn't Royal run the?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
with Johnny Jones and Johnny Ham Jones, Jam Jones, Lamb Jones, all those guys. Yes.
Yeah, so there were some names in there. I just thought, I think Jim Leonard would be a great pickup. It seems like that might be a step down for him.
Oh, I get it. I understand what his mentality might be.
Yeah, so, and Jamie Chadwell is kind of interesting, but I would think that he would probably be a shortlist name for a more prestigious program and a more prestigious hire.
Yeah, he is. Just look at the Hugh Freeze path.
Yeah.
of getting back to the SEC. And shoot, Jamie Chadwell has a nice resume from Coastal Carolina. Now he follows the same path at Liberty. Yeah, he's in line to have 3 good seasons at Liberty and then be coaching in the Power Five.
Yeah, and I heard another name, Matt Campbell. Now, and
Yes.
I said in chat, he would have been if he didn't leave 3 years ago when Iowa State was thriving. He's not going anywhere now, unless he gets fired.
You mean he's not going to get hired?
No, I don't think that there's any. I don't think there's any school that would really want Matt
Oh.
Campbell.
I don't agree with that. I understand your point. He's not the hot commodity he was a couple years ago, but he is still well thought of.
I mean, he's considered safe, but well, I mean, I guess I can't really say anything because the biggest name in Iowa State coaching I can remember went down to Auburn and won a national championship. But I just don't think that Campbell is really a good hire for another Power Five. I don't think he's another Power Five team looks at Matt Campbell and says, "Yeah, I think I got to have him."
I'm not so sure about that.
But I mean, if he was going to go somewhere, don't you think he'd have gone after a couple years ago whenever he
He would
was
think
kind of
so.
riding high?
You would think so.
So I mean that's for those reasons I think Campbell's out. And what was some of the others on your list?
Yeah. Lovey Smith, David Shaw, Dave Clawson,
Lovey
LeVar
Smith.
Woods, Jerry Kill, Lovey Smith, Garrett
It-
Riley.
Is Lovey Smith a name just because it's associated with the state of Illinois?
Yeah, Corey brought Lovey Smith up and mentioned recruiting.
Now David Shaw, that'd be an interesting name because he has a history of taking a nerd college to pretty good heights.
Yeah, he came to mind immediately for me. Now, Lovey Smith, yeah, I'm not going. I don't know if in this day and age it's discriminatory. I'm not going to that age bracket myself. I want the up and comer, and I know David Shaw's not necessarily fits that category, but
I was gonna say, is he
still a
that old?
relatively young man compared to Lovey Smith.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think David Shaw was like that old.
No, he's not. If I call him old, I dare not look up his age here. Shoot. Yeah. So if I'm calling David Shaw old, then yeah, I'm in trouble. Yeah, he's only 51. David
Yeah,
Shaw.
I was gonna say I thought he's like in his mid 50s, but and then I'm seeing another name in chat there, Manny Diaz. I'm surprised that a Penn State fan would talk about Manny Diaz wanting to leave.
Yeah, I thought of him pretty quickly too, but yeah, I am thinking of somebody who has shown themselves to be a much stronger individual, and that's not a knock on Manny Diaz. He's forged a great career as a defensive coordinator, not a head coach yet. That when you go through a scandal like this, you need somebody that just has a strong message, strong personality.
Well, I think that goes back to David Shaw again.
Yeah,
I mean, from
he's
all
the first guy I brought up.
I mean, I think that would be a solid hire. I mean, I think that Northwestern would probably have to overpay to get him.
Yeah, well, that's okay. They're going to start making more money here next year.
Well, with the new Big Ten contract,
Yes.
I mean,
Okay, Mike.
I would like.
Uh,
Okay, well,
Anything else, sir?
just I want to say that I don't think that we're going to see Pat Fitzgerald again. I'm on record for saying his coaching career is done, because the other people that have gotten kind of reclamation projects,
Yes.
their scandals weren't quite this egregious.
Yeah,
So-
Steve Sarkisian's is personal, or
I mean-
was
I mean-
personal.
Well, his was mostly wrapped around booze.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a far cry from what Fitzgerald is accused of.
Yes.
So, like I said,
Agreed.
I mean, I'd like to see him have another chance, but I don't see it coming.
Yeah. Well, I certainly believe in second chances, but for an individual like this, if he is responsible for everything, and I'm not just talking about responsible meaning you're in charge, so you should know everything that's going on. No, I mean responsible like initiated, instigated, organized, all those things. Then you're talking about like serious counseling and um, yeah, serious counseling and remorse needing to be shown. All right, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a
Okay.
good
Thanks
night.
for having me. You too.
Keep it moving here. The voice of college football. Tony Altamore on the line. Hey, Tony. Hello,
Hey, how's it
Tony.
going? Hey, sorry, how's it going?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
Good. So here's the real issue that nobody's talking about.
Okay.
So I actually know how a lot of this goes. I do a lot of volunteer work with an undergraduate fraternity, and I focus a lot of times on helping them rebuild the new groups after they've been kicked off. And your problem here is you've got a coaching responsibility issue. They're also going to have to get rid of most of that team. It's not just the coaches. It's the players that made the players do the naked shower slapping car wash.
So when you say that, Tony, are you talking about you're going to have to get rid of the rest of the team?
A lot of the team, probably.
To bring in other players,
yeah,
or that you should discipline them in such a way to get rid of them.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to take egregious, ferocious disciplinary steps against the players. I mean, we're talking probably now being Northwestern and all that, they may probably be able to get away without prosecution. But I mean, like legitimately, we're talking police investigations. Again, this is sexual assault that went on here. So it's going to be ugly. They're going to get kicked out of Northwestern, a lot of them probably. And the crazy, I mean, if this were any sport, any other sport other than football, or any student organization, and I can say this 100%, I mean, we saw with New Mexico State a year ago, they would cancel the season and essentially replace the team and everybody that worked for them. I doubt they will do that because of everything that's on the line with Big Ten football. But I mean, they met with Northwestern may be looking at like half a team right now. And Northwestern is already bad, and they already struggle. And they struggle, getting kids. They can't just go and take anybody. It's one of the best schools in the country. So it's equivalent to Stanford. So finding players is hard enough as it is. And I don't know what they're going to do. Because I mean, I'm not just looking at, it's one thing to say, okay, we're going to replace all the coaches and put hall monitors in the shower, but your players were the ones who did it. And it's going to get ugly. So what do you think about that? I mean, is there a case that we can think of? I mean, we're literally looking at like a We Are Marshall kind of
exactly. That's exactly who I thought of when you said, wiping out the football team, and obviously that's a much different situation. That was what it was.
Because I've seen it where with for example with fraternity groups where they go from 120 guys down to 15. And I mean, I don't know who did what on this thing, but I'm guessing that the whole thing is again, you're talking probably almost all of your upperclassmen.
Yes.
So that's devastating. Probably a bunch of your sophomores, because usually sophomores are the ones who are the worst behaved of all and encouraging the baloney. So yeah, I mean, Todd Gwynn just says we'll be like Portal Colorado 2.0. Yeah, but worse, because they're going to it's one, they're just as bad as Colorado, and they can't get people in. So I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking this is going to be worse than we even think.
And let's say, Tony, the powers that be, beyond the ethics of the situation, just want to hold together a football program.
Yeah.
They can't even risk being light on the discipline for fear of criminal charges or civil suits.
Yeah, exactly. And that's and now there may be a process to this. I mean, usually what happens with students is there's a student discipline process, right? So this kind of thing will have to be referred to student conduct. Student conduct will have a process in the middle of the fall where they'll have a hearing or whatever, and then decide whether they're getting kicked out or not. Probably the players would transfer before that, but just in that regard, you're still talking about probably, and I mean, we don't know all the details, right? But you're still probably talking about, if Northwestern has any gumption at all to follow their values, you're probably talking about losing at least half the team. I mean, again, and that's just a rough. I'm just guessing here.
Sure.
Don't hold me to that. But like, again, thinking about this as, because I mean, I've worked with the groups that have come back from the hazing messes, and I've had to. I remember I had an interview at Texas Tech when they had a problem, and I had to talk to 50 kids and figure out which ones were the problems. And again, you're talking about, you get rid of massive swaths of the students, because the sad thing is, Pat Fitzgerald, I mean, he's in charge, but he's not the one that said, you get in the shower and spin around and smack him with your ding dong while we spray you with the hose.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened. And I don't mean to be crass, but like,
Yep.
I just wanted to seem like it wasn't like,
Uh-huh.
oh, haha, they were kind of mean to him. No, they were putting purge masks on and humping them in the locker room. And the coaches were encouraging it. And they had a whiteboard of who was getting purge mask humped in the locker room. So, again, this is like, the players were doing it, and the players have to be accountable as well as the coaches.
And so my mind instantly, when you brought all this up.
And by the way, guys, I'm wording it like that so I don't set off the Twitter and demonetize Mark. I don't want to get Mark demonetized.
No, we need to know because I hadn't, I'd read some of the details, but not that.
They're
not
bad.
That scene. I had not gotten to that one yet.
The shower car wash where all the guys spin around and the players have to go through the spinning naked people while they're being sprayed with water. It's called a car wash, apparently, in Northwestern. And by the way, the university, I don't know if you guys know this since then, the university has confirmed the naked sexual assault hazing. So that is not a rumor. It is confirmed by the university now.
Which may have been the final straw.
I would think
the final
so.
nail in the coffin.
Plus, there is now a massive mess that is just uncovered of a lot of racial harassment as well. And now I think their baseball team has some problems.
Yeah, when it gets to that category, then it.
Yeah, you've got swing and ding-a-ling, and then you've got car wash, and now you've got racial harassment and racial discrimination questions about, forcing African American players to cut their dreadlocks off, like stuff like that. Like, just again, the kind of thing like that's that stuff you could probably work around in sensitivity trait, but I mean, just right now it's going to have to be like Mike S just pointed out, Penn State, Baylor roster changes.
Yeah,
it's going to be that bad. I don't know. I don't know how and it's so hard because again, you got to go find kids with 1450 SATs.
Yeah, I'm trying to run the numbers in my mind in regards to, what is the bare minimum you need to field a football team at that level? And I'm thinking, at the bare minimum, do you need 3 deep at each position on both sides of the ball? That's 66 players at the bare minimum. Probably shouldn't have used that term, but the minimum.
I like it. But I mean, and I don't know what you do. Do you go try to raid the Ivy League? Do you go try to get like some of the best guys out of Harvard and Columbia and get them to transfer in and be like, hey, you want to? But at the same, then you're talking about kind of like the We Are Marshall thing of they're going to get creamed. I mean, they were already bad.
Yeah.
So again, any other sport other than football, maybe they should think about it. But any other sport other than football, you just cancel the season.
Yeah. And just underlining some of your points, we're not just talking about the numbers going away, but the best. It's only reasonable to assume most of the best players are part of this.
Probably, yeah.
They're upperclassmen. They're the guys that are the leaders on the team. They're most likely the best players. They're gone. And then to not only the level of talent just going from the worst in the Big Ten to the really worst in the Big Ten by level after level after level, then you bring in, if you try to patchwork a team, we know how difficult and complicated football is to get a team together and organized, and terminology and formations and schemes and all of that. It's just it could be just bad news bears to the nth degree.
And here's the other thing. There are about 4 schools in this country that you cannot get away with crap at, because they have like the 4 best journalism schools in the world. And they are Missouri, Syracuse, Columbia, and probably the best journalism school on the planet, Northwestern.
Yeah.
It's why the students busted this whole thing open. So it's going to be wild. I don't know, and I don't know what you'd even do with that, because it's going to be like, I don't have a good answer on, because again, you're talking about, when you think about your contractual commitments to Fox, like you got to put a team on the field, or else, I mean, now if there's any school that could afford to just not get their Big Ten payment this year, would be Northwestern.
Yeah, well, you're thinking of that from the standpoint of Northwestern being able to suffer the loss financially.
Yeah, I mean, they could, they won't.
But from the flip side, Tony, obviously the Big Ten is best prepared to lose Northwestern. If this was going on at Michigan, that would be
catastrophic. Yeah,
yeah.
No, but
I mean, Northwestern, the Big Ten powers that be should be working on a schedule right now minus Northwestern.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I might. Again, I don't know. I don't know if they will or not. I don't know if they will say we're gonna hold the team together. And I'll be fair, we don't know how many people were involved. It may be fewer than we think. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But we just got a letter from the whole team that lied, by the way, about it too. We had this whole letter from the team that said, "Oh, none of that happened," and the school's like, "Oh yeah, it did." And we have pictures of the whiteboards showing the list of people who were about to get purge mask dry humped. So, it's not a question. And I just don't have a good answer. So we'll see.
Yeah. Because I guess at the very least, if the damage control can be brought to a maximum, what are you talking about? 15 or 18 guys, let's say, and the other ones are disciplined for having taken part, but in a kind of apathetic, not active way or something, or just watching, and then you get into a situation where, that's the wrong thing to do. You should have taken a stand, but you didn't personally do anything wrong. You didn't take part in it. You just stood by and clapped and cheered or something. And there's obviously a lot of pressure there. So I'm sure there's a lot of people involved that didn't want to be involved, but felt the pressure to be involved. And that's what makes hazing another component of it that's so horrible.
Exactly. And that's the hard thing, is there's not a good answer. Again, any other sport, you shut it down for the whole. I mean, if this were tennis, you just cancel all your tennis and everybody finds another thing. But I don't think you can do that with football right now. So I think you got to put out whatever kind of bad news bears you have left.
Fascinating.
With whatever new coaching staff you have left. Who knows? I mean, wait, do they play Colorado? Wouldn't that be great?
They do not.
The whole game could have the soundtrack of whatever with the chicken dance.
Wow.
Anyway. All right, sorry to take up so much time.
No, Tony, thank you so much for bringing that perspective as always.
Yeah, the team is going to be fascinating. We'll see you guys.
Thank you, Tony. All right, we have hit the bewitching hours. They say it's 8:00 Eastern time plus, and we've got John D'Adamo standing by. He can jump on here whenever he chooses. And John had an exceptional lineup in store for us for the next couple of
Mark.
hours. Hopefully that's still intact. John, how are you doing?
Hey, Mark. Yeah, I figured we would. So Lexi will be joining us next week. I just figured with the breaking news, you might want to stay on. So yeah, we'll see her next week. But yeah, this is some pretty big news. I'm reading right now the letter from
Yes.
the university president, which is pretty lengthy. But kind of the highlights. It's not just the one ex-player. It's 11 current and former football student athletes saying hazing has been going on with the program. So this is not about just one athlete. Nudity, sexualized acts of a degrading nature, and clear violation of the Northwestern policies and values. Yeah, it's really something, and they still maintain that the investigator didn't have credible evidence that Fitzgerald himself knew about it. But I think that's an indictment on its own. You don't know about this egregious behavior going on, and you're the head coach of your football program. Like, that's, in my view, I think that's one of the key reasons why he's gone.
Yeah, and I think at the very least, that's where we stand, is that he was unaware of this. But, I only made it through about 2/3 of the ESPN article. And because obviously being here, that's all I've been able to see at this point. And that alleged that maybe Pat Fitzgerald wasn't a part of all these various hazing incidents and activities, but he was part of and instigated the one where they have the Shrek's list, and he was the one that would point out a particular player that would need to be hazed and would carry it on from there. So if all of that's true, he's an organizer and instigator to some degree.
Yeah, I mean,
but like you say, at the very least, he's lacked control of his program.
Yeah, it's so the letter is backing away from that extreme take of like he knew everything, he was instigating it. So the letter is still riding the line a little of protecting Pat Fitzgerald's, I think, future reputation a little bit. Like I don't know exactly the thought process and how much, but I will say that 11 current and former players corroborating this. This is real. And what I said an hour or 2 hours ago, when I said, I wanted to see more than one ex-player coming forward. Well, now we have the official word from the university president. So it's real.
Yeah, it is something else. I see it here from NBC Chicago with the full letter.
Yep. And what's also notable is in the days ahead, he says that the vice president, Derek Cragg, will announce the leadership for this upcoming football season. So the days ahead makes me think they might be promoting a coordinator to an interim role. It's a really awkward time to hire a new head coach. So I could see them promoting a coordinator and then conducting a national search after that.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's more likely that they go forward with this this football season, unless they really don't feel like one of these two coordinators is capable of taking on a major college football program, that they're going to try to make it through one season with an interim coach, I would think.
Yeah, and there's been some names. Oh, Todd, super chat. Oh, did we miss a super? I'm sorry, Todd. Yeah, we've kind of been hitting the breaking news here. Todd asks us, could the Big Ten use this to kick Northwestern? I don't think so, unless there's a pretty substantial morality clause that those contracts are pretty ironclad. Although most of the conversation has been about, how do the schools get out of the contract? But keep in mind, a contract goes both ways. So the Big Ten's also locked in. So I don't know. There would have to be a pretty big carve out, like in a clause, and I don't know it off the top of my head. So it's possible, but I don't think so.
Well, that also goes in line with a conversation we had a few callers ago about, what drives realignment, what drives expansion. And it would be the same thing that would drive a possible, the first ever in modern history, at least, dismissal of a school from a conference. And that would be, does the academics drive it more than the football or vice versa? And that's obviously more complicated than the way I presented it. But we don't have a clear example in the past of saying, okay, obviously just football drove this because the school is not at that caliber to be entering that conference. We've not seen that example. And to the inverse, we've never seen the academic is just so overwhelming and the academics or the athletics are not, and the football is not. This obviously was an academic decision. We've not seen this. So I really don't, it's possible, but I don't see the Big Ten wanting to get rid of an academic school of Northwestern's status.
Yeah. And the academics are there, and I think what they'll probably do, there were some good suggestions in the chat, and Corey was on, and obviously he had a few, and Lovie Smith sticks out to me as a possibility. He's obviously we know he had a history, coaching Illinois, the Chicago Bears, and he has a bit of a history in the area, in the region. And he's he currently, he doesn't have a job at the moment, and he's a head coach. He knows how to put together a program, at the very least can maintain an interim basis until they conduct a national search. So he may be up for a paycheck to help them get through this period. You never know.
See, some of the coaching suggestions in the chat, John, I think were met with the thought that who would want to go to Northwestern? Who would want to leave, let's say, a Power 5 program to go to Northwestern? They're only going to get an up-and-coming guy or a retread or whatever, because, first of all, nobody shows up at the games. Nobody cares.
Right.
Now they've got this scandal to deal with and all that. But let's understand something. As we talked about with the real MVP, they've got a ton of money. That if they really want to invest in their football program, they can. They've built out beautiful facilities, so they've made that huge investment in their program recently. And number two, think about this opportunity for a head coach. You can be a hero. You can be the guy that resurrected from this mess and did things the right way, and also put together a resurgence in football. I see nothing but opportunity here.
Paul Christ, that's an interesting possibility. I mean, you say retread. I mean, you could make an argument. I'd say out of all the retreads, though, at least he has a 6.56 overall record. He's put together a pretty solid program, running game, defense. I mean, I think you've got to make calls to both of them. They both know how to run programs. And then if they do extremely well, then they're a candidate for the national, they would be a candidate for the national search. And, sometimes those go where you pick the interim coach, like the Washington State situation. Sometimes they go where you don't. So like Nebraska, right? Had Mickey Joseph, and then he ran into some trouble. And obviously Matt Rule was available and just got fired from the Panthers. So, I mean, these things happen in both directions. So it could be an opportunity, like you said, to become the hero of a situation that's pretty rough at the moment.
Without giving it a whole lot of thought, and of course Northwestern will go much deeper than I will in giving this thought and research, and I've written down all these names, and we're up to about 30.
Yeah. Wow.
I think on first look, I'm calling Dave Clawson first and foremost. He's my guy. If there's anyone who has, at Pat Fitzgerald's best, if there's anyone that's outcoached him in a similar situation, taking 65 and 70th ranked recruiting classes and turned them into bowl teams year after year after year after year, and really ran a classy program, a development type program, it's Dave Clawson at Wake Forest. I think he's a great coach.
Yeah, 2021 ACC Coach of the Year. Obviously, has been at Wake Forest now for almost 10 years, and yeah, he's a pretty decorated choice. I'd say that would absolutely be somebody you need to call if you're the president of Northwestern and you need to find an interim coach. I think though what they're probably going to do is pick a coordinator, at least for, because they said in the coming days. So this isn't, they intend, I think, to get an interim in place pretty quickly based on what I just read in this letter. So it'll probably be a coordinator, and then, he might be a choice in the national search, Dave Clawson, for the full-time gig. But they need to get somebody to just lead that program for the time being. You're in the middle of recruiting still. I'm not saying Northwestern is in contention for any heavy hitters on the recruiting trail, but you're still in recruiting time, and you need somebody to run point. So they might just elevate a coordinator for the time being.
Yeah, because I think the other issue with bringing somebody in this late, the issue is, of course, them trying to, dismiss all of this mess, bring in a football team like Tony was alluding to and addressing, I should say, in terms of the overhaul of the personnel, and then, everything that needs to be done between now and the first week of September to get a football team ready. But also, it's not necessarily the best look for someone's reputation for them to leave their current school high and dry, the in the middle of July, to go somewhere else.
So I'm looking at Mike Bajakian, who is in his fourth year coaching offense for Northwestern. Was the quarterbacks coach for Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFL, and also was the OC at Tennessee, Cincinnati, Central Michigan. Clearly has some football bona fides, has never been a head coach. But in this case, I'd say he might be the pick. Just to kind of get them through the interim period I'm sure they'll conduct a full search.
Yeah. It's the stronger,
and Dave Clawson will be on that list.
Coordinators. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yep. Oh, okay. John is not in a mansion. John's in his business center.
We've got Jeffrey on the line. If we want to bring in Jeffrey here. Jeffrey, great to see you. Welcome to the show, the Big Ten Live show here at the Voice of College Football.
Yep.
I appreciate it. I mean, you said you wanted me to call in some time on the Big Ten show to talk about some Indiana, but yeah, there's some big news going on right now. I mean, to me, it's just crazy because, you talk about the off season, in sports, and how you barely had anything to talk about until the next season. That's out the window. I mean, you got Bob Huggins going on in college basketball and all that. You've got obviously pro stuff everywhere, and now you've got this with Pat Fitzgerald, and I mean, he's been there a long time. I mean, up there with some of the other ones, you know, like Kirk Ferentz and Mike Gundy and Kyle Whittingham. It just goes on and on of coaches, you know, that have been at the same school for a long time. And I mean, he's done well at Northwestern because, you know, they're a program with great academics. It's hard to get players that are, you know, like 4 and 5 stars. You can't really get them at a regularity. And, you know, yeah, they were up and down. You even had the joke recently of the odd year, even year thing, you know, where, you know, depending on the year, they were going to win or lose. The even years, they were better. The odd years, they were terrible. Didn't happen in 2022, so broke that trend. But outside the last 2 years, they had a lot of success. And I mean, you know, it is what it is. I mean, all the stuff that's being talked about with Northwestern. I mean, my thing, like, you know, despite everything, you know, I don't know all the full stuff because I have nothing, you know, just like none of us really know much about what's going on with Northwestern. I kind of feel like I wish he hadn't got fired this quick yet. Maybe take a little longer, even if he was ultimately fired at the end of the day. He was fired pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that that they got to the point where they knew there was no return, there was no saving grace, there was no way, even if the evidence stopped piling up, where there was enough damage control and that Pat Fitzgerald was worth saving. You know, we're not talking about a coach that just led them to an 11-1 season, and that would be a little bit different. Certainly, there could still be a line that you would cross to say, regardless of how good you are as a football coach, you know, this is unacceptable and this can't be tolerated, and you're gone. But, you know, let's pile up 4-20 versus, okay, your football program in the locker room running amok as well. Well, okay, we need to be decisive about this. And the quicker we deal with this, the quicker we can get to the road of recovery to try to salvage this season.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, if when you win, it helps. I mean, winning cures almost anything, even if that's right or wrong or not. I mean, if someone, you know, is having issues with the program, I mean, I think that they should be treated the same way, whether they're winning or losing. But like you said, it's not how it works. The one thing with that I don't understand though is, like, you know, you talk about you had the stuff that came out like very recently, which, you know, what all that kind of stuff. But then there was stuff that came out like back in the 2000s and stuff. How come it took 15 years for that stuff to come out now? I mean, I get that sometimes, you know, you talk about that, you know, maybe people are afraid to speak out, and then when something happens, it gives them the, you know, the ability to feel more free that, well, hey, this happened. Now I can, you know, bring up what's happened in the past as well. And it kind of all comes together and just it leaks out. But it took 15 years for the old stuff that's been brought up, you know, just now to be brought out, whereas this other stuff is recent.
Right.
Yeah, and that was brought up before. And I
didn't hear it. Sorry, I just stopped on.
No, that's fine. We're all jumping on at different times. No question about that. So my response to that was, I don't like that either. However, because I would want whomever to feel as though make the objective decision that if this is serious enough to, you know, cost someone their job or, you know, file a lawsuit or something to that degree, then it's that important right now not to let fester for 15 years. However, I cannot be judgmental to the standpoint that I understand what's going through people's minds and what their emotions are when they have to deal with that. And I'm pretty sure that I'm the type of individual that would deal with it in the moment. I can pretty much confidently say that, especially once I've left that corporation or that institution or whatever. You know, I don't feel as though that would be something, but I can only speak for myself. And so I understand that a lot of people need that reassurance of, okay, I'm not alone. You know, others, you know, I'm not going to have to fight the corporate giant or the institution or the celebrity or the big name coach. I'm not going to have to fight them alone. There are others that are bringing forth their stories as well.
I mean, that makes sense. Do you think that, I mean, I know this is probably not the greatest question in the world considering all that's happened, but do you think that if he wanted to, would Pat Fitzgerald be able to get another job?
I think that depends on the severity to which this has gone on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think he's a few years removed from getting the next job, and
Mm-hmm.
understand everything I say could be completely wrong. But I think regardless, even at its most favorable at this point, he's still a few years away from getting another job. And then even at that point, I think it has the gap between being someone who would allow this to go on or have no knowledge of it going on and just carelessly running a program and not having the pulse of your program to know things are going on, versus being the person that organizes and instigates that kind of behavior. That's goes from irresponsibility to like, you need counseling.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because to your point, I mean, if he didn't know, which, I mean, it's not likely that that's the case, but I mean, if he didn't know,
Yeah.
it makes it less, severe. But like you said, if he did or whatever, even instigating, that's not great at all. It's terrible. Yeah, I heard you mention Dave Clawson, as candidate for Northwestern. I mean, do you think that if he became the head coach or somebody of that caliber, do you think that Northwestern could get back to, consistently making bowls like Pat Fitzgerald did? You think that that's reasonable?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're going to be making a lot of money because of the
Mhm.
Big Ten TV contract, and it's been done before. And this contract becomes more and more attractive to athletes, and it's a great academic school, of course, which is, I think it's seen more as a negative because it's more difficult to get players, but it's also a selling point to that type of player.
Mhm.
So it's a big advantage for a Northwestern to get certain players, but there's more of the other kind of players that it's just difficult to qualify them.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the only thing that I think would hurt Northwestern is kind of almost like what's helping them, like you said, with the TV contract and all that kind of stuff, is you're adding USC, UCLA, and even though the schedules are going to be more balanced, some team has to be bad. I mean, somebody's got to be the worst team in the conference. It's either going to be Indiana, Rutgers, Northwestern, one of these teams. It has to be somebody. So hopefully for Northwestern, that their next coach can turn it around quickly, or they could be stuck at the bottom. Because, like I said, somebody's got to be down there.
Yeah. And B Bean pointing out Hugh Freeze got a job. Petrino got a job.
I was actually thinking about Hugh Freeze when I was talking about this.
And yeah, so depending on the extent of this, right? I don't know if you've seen the letter from the president yet, Jeffrey, about this, but clearly this was not a 1 student. This was 11 current and ex players corroborating these hazing, including sexual hazing issues. And so if he didn't know, I think that might be a factor, like you said, right? But yeah, I think it's going to be a year or two at least, and then maybe Alabama or somebody who, hey, defensive analyst.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, to take on the Hugh Freeze, and who was the other example? Hugh Freeze.
Petrino.
Oh, Bobby Petrino. So the differentiation I'll make there, and either one of you and somebody in the chat correct me if I'm wrong, because my memory concerning these stories sometimes fades after 10 years or whatever. But the Bobby Petrino was solely just his own issues. It was just solely, he's cheating on his wife. He's having an inappropriate relationship with another, employee of the athletic office, et cetera, et cetera. And then he gets into this embarrassing, motorcycle crash, and it all comes to light. And that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not involving all these people. And then with Hugh Freeze, you're cheating to bring in high-level players, and then when the school and the NCAA investigate your cheating, or the NCAA investigates your cheating, they discover that you've got all this misconduct personally, kind of similar. So I find that a little bit more egregious, because you're cheating to bring players to your school. And then Pat Fitzgerald, just kind of follow my line of thinking, it takes this to another level, at least on this plane, where he's involving his team.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, every situation's different, to your point. But, like, I remember, you know, and you mentioned winning as an, you know, again, it makes a difference whether you win or not. But, like, Iowa, you know, had some storylines like a couple years ago. And then there was speculation Kirk Ferentz was going to be let go. I remember that. And I mean, it was like a lot of steam, and he was gone. And then that kind of just, you know, bubbled down and it ended. I mean, every situation is different. Obviously, the stuff at Iowa was nowhere near like it is here. But he wasn't fired, Kirk Ferentz, and nothing else really happened there.
And we have also barely touched on the racial part of this that I haven't even read into yet, but I know is part of this because of what's been talked about in the chat and so forth, and what Tony brought up during his phone call. So that, to me, goes to another level, because of, you know, just your relationship with people, and showing, again, does this person need counseling? Do they need a change of heart to be able to function and lead people?
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, you can't sorry, I want to skip John. You can't continue to do this stuff either, because it's like, you know, this is not related to this, but like John Morant, for example. I mean, he gets counseling or whatever, and then does the exact same thing after he's already done it. So it's like, if you have to have counseling, you can't make the same mistake again. You know, you gotta fix it.
Absolutely. Well, I was just looking. Sorry about that. I was just looking at this Bleacher Report article, and so on the racism stuff. So it was three former Northwestern football players who alleged they experienced a culture of enabling racism. And so one thing that happened, one of the players said he was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder based on that. Apparently, Fitzgerald asked some black players and staffers to cut their dreadlocks, whereas white players with long hair allegedly weren't asked to get theirs cut. So I'm just picking out a couple things. It's a pretty. I recommend everybody check it out in full. But you know, this compounded with the other stuff that was outlined in the letter. I think you can kind of see why they kind of had no choice but to let him go.
Yeah, like you said, mentioned that stuff. I think I saw earlier that some of that stuff was like back in like 08 or 09, and again it came to light just now. And I mean, that's what happens. You know, something else happens, and again something else happens. It brings it all up, and it's just a bad look. So hopefully for Northwestern, you know, they can get all this fixed. You know, new coach can turn the program around, you know, on the field and, you know, within as well, to put all this behind, you know, not have any more issues. That would be really good for Northwestern. I guess because obviously I see, I think, you know, you got people wait. I see a question already in the private chat, but I guess on a positive note, because you said you wanted some Indiana perspective, just real quick, talk a minute about Indiana.
Yeah, there we go. Indiana football.
You got Indiana football. Hopefully there's nothing happening behind the scenes at Indiana.
Oh boy. Please yeah, don't
no.
even speak that in. Yeah, we need to.
No. I'd rather them lose than anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, I predicted in my mind, I got them going 5-7. You know, with Indiana this year, I think they could go 6-6, but the defense isn't bad. The offense, I mean, Taven Jackson is going to be the key. Trace Jackson Davis' brother, is he, you know, going to be, you know, ready to start? for a Power 5 team in the Big Ten. If he is, I mean, they've got some pretty solid transfers. They had a top 25 transfer portal class. The schedule's tough as always, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, it's a possible chance they could go 6-6, but even 5-7 would be an improvement as long as they're really competitive, kind of like they were earlier in Tom Allen's tenure when they went 5-7 in both, 2017, 2018. They were competitive in those years. The last 2 years, they weren't competitive as much. Indiana's got to get back to being competitive. So
Get them to 6. Get them to 6. We want to see them in a bowl game.
Yeah, and win their first bowl game since 1991. Beat Baylor in the Copper Bowl in 1991.
Hey, 91 was a great year.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what happened that year. 19
year of my birth.
I mean, I can't
That's
believe
when I was
that. I mean,
born.
it still blows my mind that it's been 32 years since Indiana's won a bowl game. It's been since 1987 since they beat Ohio State. I mean, that's just unfathomable. I mean, 35 years you haven't beat a football team.
Well, it was 80-something with Michigan, and then Mike Hart put together, I think, a pretty good plan in 2020 to beat Michigan.
And then that was
pretty impressive. And then he went to go to Michigan. He came home.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, well,
I remember the last time Indiana beat Ohio State, and it was so devastating to Ohio State that Earl Bruce called it the darkest day in Ohio State history.
I mean, Indiana is losing its Power 5 program in college football. I mean, they're bad, but I mean, they've been to more bowl games in the last 7-8 years, and they didn't even make a bowl game from like 93 to 07. They didn't make one. So I mean, they've been to like 8 in the last 15 years. So it's not bad. They just haven't won any of them. And ironically, their last 4 bowl losses have been about single digits. The Utah loss was by like 2. The Ole Miss loss was by 6. The Duke loss was by 3 in overtime on a field goal that actually looked like it went in that they didn't count. And then you had the Tennessee game with the onside kick and Indiana's kicker that didn't miss all year finally couldn't hit a field goal. It's like Indiana just can't win a bowl game. It's like so close, just this close.
Yeah, I want to see him get to a bowl game. It's
been
been just as long for Indiana winning a bowl game as it has been basically for Notre Dame winning a major bowl game.
Yeah, 93. I saw that the other day. They had someone had a tweet talking about all the college football blue bloods last New Year's 6 win. It's like 93 for Notre Dame. I mean, that is a long time. Granted, Notre Dame has had a great history, but I mean, they've been to a lot of New Year's 6 games. Can't win them.
Next week for the Big Ten Live show, I guess I'll have to serve up the topic I was going to serve up tonight. I posted a video with the SEC Eastern Division, and I'm going to make it on through to as many divisions and conferences as possible. But the title is basically asking the question for each team, this is the year blank. Is this the year, perfect one for Indiana? Is this the year that they finally win a bowl game? It's been since 1991. And, there are some interesting nuggets that I brought forth for the SEC. So we'll make our way to the Big Ten.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. I'd have to look at it, but I don't know if Indiana has the longest Power 5 bowl win drought. Like I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know if there's another one that has a longer bowl win drought or not, but that's
think
interesting.
It is. Yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time though, and I know they have I think they have the longest drought with no first round draft pick. It was Iowa State. They hadn't had one since like 67 or something like that, or 73, something like that. And then they got one this draft. Indiana hasn't had a first round draft pick since 1994.
Yeah,
So,
every team in the Power Five's won a bowl game during that time. Absolutely, they have. Even Vandy won one under James Franklin. And actually, that Duke team that beat Indiana on that missed kick, they had not won a bowl game since, I believe, 1961.
So that was about 50 years then. I mean, the last thing I gotta go, but you talk about the Penn State with Penix. You were debating with the other night when I brought it up. Was that good? Or all that. And on second glance, you said it probably wasn't. What was that field goal good or not on the Indiana Duke game?
Well, I had prediction interests. My predictions always get in the way of my judgment in close games and close calls in the bowl games, especially. I want my prediction to be right, and I picked Indiana to win, so I was a bit upset by that. And I did think that was a bad call.
I thought it was good. I watched it, and the funny thing was, if somebody had we were watching it together, and they were going for, I wasn't really saying, I wasn't even really watching Indiana much, but I just picked Indiana. I was like, I'll go with Indiana, you go with Duke, because we used to do that with teams. So he picked when I picked the other just randomly, and we'd be like root for that team to win. Ironic. It's like first time I rooted for Indiana, I guess, or whatever. But I when I saw it, I'm like, it's good, and they were like, no, and he was like, yes, I won the game. I'm like, how? It was good. I just couldn't believe that game. And then when I found out Indiana hadn't won a bowl game in that long, and I've seen the Utah game, and I've seen the Ole Miss and Tennessee game, it's just heartbreaking. It's crazy. But I had a lot of fun talking to you guys. I know you got a lot of people in chat. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully I'll be able to call in again soon on the Big Ten live show. It's my first time actually calling in on this one because I usually can't do it this early, but I appreciate you guys having me on. It was awesome. And hopefully there will be better circumstances next time than with everything going on with Northwestern.
Yes, Jeffrey, it's a Big Ten live show. This is your place right here. This is your spot.
And an optimistic chatter here. Indiana will beat Michigan. So there you go.
Coming from an
Keep
Ohio
hope alive.
State fan.
Keep hope alive.
Oh, man. I'm sure more Indiana fans want to beat Ohio State, though, because they beat Michigan a couple years ago. They want Ohio State now.
Oh, man.
That's hilarious.
Good
I
stuff.
You got to have a good laugh every now and then.
I mean, you never know. Week one. I mean,
It could happen.
It's Minnesota game was competitive a couple years ago. Minnesota almost beat them. So week one, if you're going to do it, it's going to be week one. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I doubt it, but it would be interesting.
Yeah, they've played Ohio State fairly close a few times.
None other than 2020.
Yeah, they typically get trounced, but they've shown up a few times. Yes,
100%. So it's going to be really interesting. All I know is every time Indiana loses, I got Bama to fall back on. So
that's a good fallback.
Team.
Not too shabby at all. You're getting some love in the chat, by the way. Some people love your work.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. It means a lot, and I just love coming on here and talking with all you guys because it's a great community. You do a fantastic job, Mark. I still say you should have 100,000 subs. It's highway robbery. I know you got them combined.
$1
I know you got them combined on all your channels, 100,000, but you should have 100,000 on the main one.
Well, fortunately, it's starting to pick up here in the last few days. So
yeah, we're working it. We're working it.
Hopefully it keeps on going up. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people as we get closer and closer to college football. The numbers will go through the roof. Can't wait. It's gonna be awesome. We're like 50 days away now. It's great.
We appreciate you.
You too. Thanks, guys.
Have a good night. Yes, B-Bean. We'll take $1 million. I'm getting greedy tonight. But yes, let's hit the 100,000 first. We have another Big Ten fan coming in here. And is this Michael Hogue?
That would be me. I can't say. Hey, I get
Michael.
lucky to do this because normally I'm getting ready to clock in for work. So I catch it few and far between. But hey, Mark, what happened? Do you remember what happened on October 8th, 1988 at Memorial Stadium in Bloomington?
Oh, yes. Indiana 41, Ohio State 7.
Yeah.
Anthony Thompson had a huge day.
Yeah, 2 good years in a row for him. I'm surprised that both games were blown 2 years in a row and stuff like that. That was the last time they won 2 in a row. Anyway, but no, my thing, I won't be long, but my thing is, though, yeah, Fitz was in the wrong, but how much of this is going to be blamed on the athletic director?
Oh, that's a great question. Nobody's asked that yet. He's, depending on how much autonomy is given to the head coach. In this case, I would think a lot. A 17-year tenured head coach, that the athletic director would be less responsible for this. He's not in the locker room. The athletic director doesn't he's ultimately responsible again. And I think it's a great question because we've not talked about the athletic director, but it's not his football program.
And another thing,
he's only been there 2 years too. Derek Craig has only been there 2 years.
And I don't know if you've seen this, but I got this from Pete Thamel about 20 minutes ago. I guess you're saying that David Braun's going to be the interim coach from Northwestern.
Oh.
Okay, so they went to the defensive side.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And stuff like that. I don't know, and stuff like that. But no, hopefully I can start doing it. When are you going to start going on weekends, Mark? Because that's pretty much the only time I can maybe start catching you guys now.
Gotcha. Well, I release a lot of videos on the weekend. There's
yeah,
that.
but I'm talking about it's different than live streams, Mark. Come on.
Okay. All right. We will be doing live streams on Friday nights. Are you available then?
Nope. Got to work still.
Oh, you're working on Friday nights. So you're off on Saturday and Sunday nights, I would guess.
Yes.
All right. We'll be here for you. Just
All
hang
right.
in there.
I will. Hey, I got to ask you, are you going to have, I think on it, Phil Steele on again this year?
I hope so. Shoot. He had nice things to say the last few times on about having, a great conversation, talking with somebody that knows what they're talking about. So, we clipped that for a promo. But Phil Steele has always been kind enough to come on when we've asked him, and I have reached out maybe a month ago and was told that once he got things wrapped up that we would be added to the list.
Yeah. All right. I got to ask you this, John, before I go. Being that you're scared to see Purdue and Michigan this game, which game you going to this year?
That's a good question. I don't know yet. We're looking at Rutgers or something early in the year, because last time I went in the very last home game of the year, and I had a nice little blizzard awaiting me as I was trying to fly back to Florida. So
but
I'm thinking
what did a good
maybe,
day for you? 42-27 over Ohio State.
What's that?
Wasn't that a good day for you when Michigan beat Ohio State last year?
Always a good day. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I was just wondering stuff like that. No, stuff like that. So when are you going to start going more? Last name, Mark. When are you going to start going more in depth to the teams cover? I mean, to teams in the Big Ten.
Well, I'm doing everything I can, Michael. We'll get to as much as possible. I'm churning out these prediction videos, and there lies about a good 7 to 10 minutes of analysis on the team.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be doing that. And this week is actually Big 12 Media Days coming up on Tuesday and Wednesday. So I'm going to be live a ton this week. And I know that doesn't help you out. And Big 10 fans don't necessarily want to hear about it. But I have lined up about 12 of the 10 or 12 of the 14 teams in the Big 12 with media guests throughout the week. I'm going to be going live constantly with the Big 12 Media Days going on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. I was just wondering stuff like that. No, I mean, I'm interested to see what they got to say for the Big Ten, especially this is a swan song for both Oklahoma and Texas and stuff. So it's just like it is for also USC and UCLA in the Pac-12. But no, because Big Ten Media Days is in 2 weeks itself. So
I know, and you'll be happy to know that I was actually, not that I'm going to do this for sure, but I was actually talking to somebody the other day about going to Big Ten Media Days.
Oh, dude, if you do, let me know. We got to meet up. Hey, give me a credential if you
do. There you go.
Hey, and Mark, if you do get down here, dinner's on me.
All right. Of my choice.
Look at that. You're getting dinner offers, Mark. This is great.
All right. Take care,
Michael,
guys.
that would be for as long as you've been watching and contributing. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you.
All right, guys. Have a great rest of the show.
Thank you, Michael.
See ya.
Wow. All right. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown that out there. I don't know if I'm pursuing.
That would be amazing. I hope it happens.
That's like I just didn't even find the time. Somebody brought up their SEC credentials. Oh, I was on Chris Phillips' show, Spurs Up show, South Carolina show today. And he's talking about he's going to his first SEC Media Days. And I'm sitting there opening up my email while I'm talking to him on his radio show and see that I've got SEC media credentials offered to me from the SEC. But they're in Nashville and I'm not going, but that's very nice. And we'll have to see what it's in the same thing with the Big 12. I didn't take part in their preseason poll, but they sent me a media poll questionnaire to vote on the standings and the all conference teams and so forth.
Well, hey, it's good to be the voice of college football, I guess. So keep it hopeful. I'm curious to see what else comes in. All right. So yeah, David Braun. I think that was one of the last things we talked about. David Braun, defensive coordinator. Pete Thamel reported that he is expected to be named acting coach. And he did come to Northwestern from North Dakota State, and he was FCS Coordinator of the Year in 2021. So Pete Thamel reporting that he's going to be named acting coach, meaning they're going to have a national search. People like Dave Clawson, who we just mentioned, I'm guessing will be in the mix.
And this is where you wonder if, like, a David Shaw or a Ken Niumatalolo, the guys that don't have jobs currently.
Right.
Because, again, I think it's going to factor in just both the ethics of an individual saying, I'm leaving my team in the middle of July. That's and then also just from a business standpoint and a career management standpoint of, is this really a good look? I'm leaving my school in the middle of July.
So Ken actually has a job as director of leadership at UCLA. So I don't know if he's in a contract for multiple years or whatever for that. I don't know the particulars on that.
Sure. I think that could be maybe possibly.
Yeah, there you go. There, yes, I did that for you, Search. I knew you were going to jump in and comment on that. I did that just for you.
Well done. I should have been more specific.
All right.
John, we've got Sean on the line. Sean, we appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football. This is the Big Ten Live Show. Hey, Sean, are you there? Hello, Sean?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I had some network issues. I think the last time I tried to call wasn't actually able to connect. So.
Sean, next time do not mention the network issues.
Yeah, you just jinxed it.
Yes. The network was then reminded that it's supposed to have issues, I guess. Hey, Sean? Sean, we're going to put you in the back room, and we'll give you another try here. Well, let's give Sean another try. Sean, you there? Hello, Sean. Well, unfortunately, Sean can't join us tonight. At least not at this point.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Pat Fitzgerald fired as the head coach at Northwestern. He's been on all these hot seat lists over the last couple of years, but because of the football. And now out of nowhere, as has been mentioned by some, there have been rumblings, but in terms of a full-fledged, just major issue, wow, we get hit with just all sorts of reports of misconduct, and the football is not even part of the deal.
Yeah. At first, I have to say, the conspiracy theorist in me thought, well, maybe there's a little bit of leaking because of the 11-1 record. And the more that I see and the more that I'm reading here, there's clearly some stuff going on. Sean's back.
Sean. Hello, Sean. Hello, Sean. Can you hear us? All right. Unfortunately, we can't get Sean to come through. We got Traveling Fools here. Yo. Appreciate you being here.
Yo. Always great. Hopefully you're doing all right, man. I know been a rough couple days, so hope everything's good for you. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like, Northwestern is one of those jobs that, you finally, you have somebody who went there, it's their alma mater. They had a nice long tenure, had occasionally got Northwestern into the Big Ten championship game. You had some rough seasons too, but it's tough because it's not exactly the pinnacle job. It's when you think of the jobs in that are available. So I think it partly will depend on which other ones are also open consecutively when they do this search. Because if there are not very many openings, then maybe you do luck in to a better candidate.
Yeah. And it's, again, going to be a key component as we follow this story unfold and the maintenance of a football program at this point under the leadership of Coach Braun now, of what Tony brought up concerning now what happens with discipline for the football players themselves, and to what degree do they take that discipline. And if I'm interpreting what Tony had to say, I don't want to misrepresent him. He's looking at, for those that are the most involved, dismissal from the program. And so just a large, or to some degree, a purge of players. And so for a bad football team, and again, I think it's more stable than speculation to determine that they're most likely some of their best players, or at least most experienced players, because they're probably leading those sorts of activities, the seniors.
And speaking of players, I saw a tweet from AJ Henning where he kind of did it was kind of like he didn't seem very, it was like an emoji. He didn't seem very happy with the situation.
Forgot about AJ Henning.
Leaves Michigan, comes to Northwestern, thinks he's going to be coached by Pat Fitzgerald and the team, and then this happens, and some people in chat were saying he might flip to Iowa at some point, because that's actually where I thought he was going to go.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to Iowa.
You and I both talked about, yes, and Corey as well. We all talked about that connection. Yeah, Northwestern, by the way, didn't have many. I remember commenting on this at one point, actually making this part of a video, that AJ Henning is only one of 3 transfers into the program. So they were having issues getting players to come into the program, or maybe just not pursuing. I don't know why a 1-11 football team would not be pursuing the transfer portal, but AJ Henning. So Ben Bryant was the starting quarterback at Cincinnati for much of the last 3 seasons. He was their incoming quarterback who most likely would win the job. So their starting quarterback is also another player who seemingly, who knows if he knows about this, wasn't involved, but and coming into a situation like this, he could be also considering his options. And then the other player would be a wide receiver in Cam Johnson. And if I recall, he played quite a bit at Arizona State. So he's another guy that appears to be the type player that has some options to maybe reconsider what he's getting involved in.
Yeah. It just seems like the more that comes out on this, it seems like it was a definite culture thing. Apparently the baseball coach, while this is also going on, apparently there's some stuff going on about the baseball coach, and that, so it might actually be more of a general, when we talk about the athletic director, maybe you do look at the athletic director, because if this is happening at multiple programs.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't consider that. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. We encourage everybody to call the show. I posted the link a few times. You don't have to have your camera on. You can just go audio only.
Folks, I will leave this as encouragement to call into the show, that as soon as we get a call or two, at whatever point John wants to take it on from here, he can go to his panel style. We can bring in the crew, and you guys can cut loose with John. And Erica, we do appreciate your contribution as always. Since Fitz is gone, can players transfer? Great question.
Yeah. So grads,
Yeah.
So Rushman mentions
the
grads can transfer
anytime.
anytime.
And definitely the quarterback, Ben Bryant's it's a grad transfer. I don't know about the other players offhand. But under these circumstances, I got to think that there are a lot of, what word am I looking for? Not disclaimers, but a lot of, allowances, we'll say, to a lot of clauses within the transfer rules that deal with these sorts of issues.
And we do have a caller. We got Argraw, who's usually on our panel, Penn State fan.
As we bring Argraw in, I do want to remind everyone, I have been remiss tonight with all the heavy news that we've got keychains and coasters at the Voice of College Football. So please, we've got a screaming deal going on right now. Keychains for $2.99. The coaster set is $29.95, I believe, with 5 coasters. I'll have to verify with Joey exactly how many coasters you get for $29.95. But again, the keychains for $2.99. And if you sign up with the promo code football, easy to remember, football, shipping's free. So we'll drop the link in the chat and check out the keychains and the coasters. They're pretty cool. I'm glad how they turned out.
Boom.
All right, John, go ahead and take it away if you're good to go.
I can do that.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I'll see you in a couple hours for USC.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
I'll be in chat.
Good
All
night.
right. Bye, Mark. Oh boy. So we're starting a little behind here. But as always, this is the Big Ten Live 8 p.m. block. It is the Ocho. I'm calling it the Ocho. I'm making that decision. And technically, it's not actually Ocho at the moment, but we're gonna do that anyway. Your regularly scheduled programming. So we were going to have Go Blue Lexi on. We're going to bring her back next Monday as we continue to cover for the rest of today's episode the breaking news that Pat Fitzgerald has been fired from Northwestern. And not only that, but it does seem like the defensive coordinator, David Braun, is expected to be named acting coach or liaison. So they're not even giving him the interim title. They are calling him the acting coach. And so we will see if acting coach becomes interim coach. And I expect they'll do a national search when the time comes. But let's bring on Argraw. Argraw, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, not a problem. I will say it is refreshing. On one hand, it's refreshing not to have like the 5th straight week of Michigan commits. That's very nice. However, I will say it's unfortunate that it's under these circumstances because we're dealing with what's happened with Northwestern and Fitz and whatnot, and regardless of maybe how he has, maybe some seasons he has run into. I've always liked him. I think a lot of people have always liked him and respected him and what he's been able to do with that program. He consistently was able to do a lot with a little. It would just come in waves. He would play the long game, and every few years he put together a little bit of a run where he could have a good season, a solid season, and then he'd go back to sort of being in the bottom of the West and sort of rinse and repeat from there. So it is too bad to see sort of the circumstances that is going on here with him and him leaving and whatnot. I guess the big thing sort of that I was wondering, maybe you can share your thoughts, is where do you see Northwestern now? I mean, we're talking about a team that was only ever they were only ever really relevant or competitive every couple years. And that's due to a coach who is able to hang around and do that. Now they don't have that coach. Now they have a stigma probably to them with what's going on. Now they are probably going to be hit, my guess, with some sanctions, if I had to guess, of some type anyway. And it's sort of like it's really going to set this program back for quite a while. So where do you sort of see them, let's say, in the next few years?
Well, great question, and it's tough to evaluate a program that's gone 4 wins and 20 losses in the last 2 years, and then before that was in the Big Ten West, was division leader. And it's kind of like, well, do you expect another good year to come, or more of what we've seen the last 2? And unfortunately, with what we're hearing now, I think it's safe to say that at least some of the grad players are going to transfer out. As we know, they can transfer anytime. I could see somebody like AJ Henning looking at Iowa as an option. And they're at this point just going to be lucky to thatch together a team at all. I just, with this news, any hope of a good season, if there was any, has gone out the window. And David Braun, I don't know a lot about him. I'm a little surprised that they didn't go with the offensive coordinator, but I guess given what he's been able to do at other places, he was named a coordinator of the year apparently in 2021. I guess they decided to go that route. So the answer to your question is I have absolutely no clue. I had them at 2-10 was my prediction. I'm going to stick to that. I think that's given their schedule. They have, I think, 2 winnable games. Howard is an extremely winnable game for them. And then there was another as well. I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head. They face UTEP, and they face Howard, and they face Duke and Rutgers. And I'd say out of those 4, I think Northwestern can win 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm I'm definitely not looking for them to have any more than 2 wins this season. But I mean, I was even thinking about beyond just this coming season. Like I'm looking down the road. What is going to happen to them in the span of the next 5 seasons? I mean, we're talking about this is the lowly program of the worst of the 2 divisions. Granted, the divisions are going away, but even so, we're talking about Northwestern, and they're only good every so often. And now the guy that usually is responsible for that is gone. Players that they could maybe rely on are gone. And my guess is they're probably going to be gutting that whole coaching staff.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I mean, this is something I'm familiar with, looking at 2012, 13, 14, at right around that ballpark, being a Penn State fan, like you saw the same thing. Like the staff was gone. It was gutted, and it set that program back. Now, to Bill O'Brien's credit, I guess the guy gets credit here. He was able to keep the program afloat. They stayed at least 500 or better that entire time. He was able to keep it together. But I don't know who is going to be willing to go to a Northwestern where you didn't have anyone exactly busting down the door to get there to begin with. And now you're going to go there with potential sanctions and no remaining staff, or very little staff is my guess, likely.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I expect that they'll conduct a full search and look at some candidates. I mean, like you mentioned, Bill O'Brien at Penn State, he was willing to go to that program despite sanctions and all that had come out about Penn State over the years. He was willing to take that on. And to his credit, and I know that people have mixed opinions of Bill O'Brien, but I think that as a head coach at Penn State, he stabilized the program and brought it up to the path where then obviously Franklin was able with Barkley and Moorhead to kind of have some really solid seasons after that. But Bill O'Brien was the one who really stabilized it. And I think somebody is going to take that role at Northwestern, maybe not to that level because Penn State's recruits and Penn State's program is on another level, I think, from Northwestern. But at the same time, at least stabilizing it and getting a couple of wins on the board.
Yeah. And honestly, I mean, I can't see, I'm obviously not going to say, oh, well, no one's going to be interested in that. No one's going to do it. I mean, you're talking about a Division I school in a Power 5, even if it is Northwestern. But I wonder who would be out there candidate wise to take on something like that. I mean, like when it happened to Penn State, that's different. That's Penn State. I mean, that's a major university. You're playing in front of 107,000 people. You're going to get a big paycheck. You're going to get the recruits, even if you're going to go through some sanctions. Northwestern, I mean, what is it? What's the name of their stadium? Ryan Field, right? Is it Ryan Field? I think
so.
I can't remember. It's a small, goofy-looking stadium. They can't fill it up. They can't get recruits.
Yeah. Ryan Field, yeah.
Ryan Field. Now, well, you know what? That's the other thing too. They're supposed to be getting a new field.
Yep.
And
$800 million project.
Yeah, and so where potential money could have been shifted, like where you would have it on hand maybe for the field, or I'm sorry, for like the coaching staff, things like that. Maybe some of that's going to be shifted over to the field like it was originally. So now what are you going to be left with? Now all of a sudden maybe you don't have the kind of purse that to coax someone that would be good enough to maybe try to stabilize that program a little bit. I don't know. There's a lot of variables here.
Absolutely. And real quick, for those who are just joining us, we are doing our coverage of Pat Fitzgerald and his firing at Northwestern, which has preempted our originally scheduled programming where we were going to have Go Blue Lexi, who hosts Locked In with Lexi, which is an awesome betting show that she does. And she will be back. We've already got her booked up for next Monday to come back and primarily talk Big Ten West and Big Ten West over-unders. A little bit of Michigan, but we also are taking the feedback of everybody who's been saying we've been talking about Michigan a lot. So we're going to primarily chat Big Ten West over-unders, the emergence of the West with some of the coaching decisions. So she will be with us next Monday. But obviously with this news, we decided Mark would stay on. And now, obviously, if anybody wants to call in, this is last call for callers. Otherwise, Argraw and I are just going to chill here. So for a minute. So I guess Argraw, let's pretend that you're the president of Northwestern. And you've got the football program in complete turmoil. You've got the baseball program, which is dealing with questions. And I don't know as much about that situation, but I did see just on a basic search that the baseball program has also had issues with culture, bullying, abusive behavior. Baseball coach Jim Foster. So if you're the president of Northwestern, do you look at the athletic director? You look at maybe making some changes to the administration based on this?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to save face here. Again, I mean, this is me talking as a Penn State fan, who's gone through, I don't want to say something comparable because what happened there was horrible. And thank God Jerry Sandusky is rotting in prison. I think everyone can agree with that. But I think that they would have to take a similar route where you're going to have to try to get rid of some people within the program. Maybe not everyone, because I will say Penn State, I think they went the pendulum swung too far the other way when it came to the coaching staff, because obviously you had people that they had no knowledge. There wasn't, thing like they didn't know. And you had someone like Larry Johnson, who in my opinion should have been the one to take over. He should have been the one to become the next coach, or at least the interim coach. And Penn State just basically told him, get out of here. We want nothing. And of course, that came back to bite him, because he said, okay, fine, no problem. I'll just go to Ohio State. And we've been living with the consequences of that since then.
And by the way, so is Michigan as recently as a few days ago, when the Buckeyes took the 5-star recruit away from Michigan and Notre Dame, Justin Scott. So yeah, we know a thing or two about Larry Johnson too.
Yeah, that guy was no joke before he was rocking it at Ohio State. He was at Penn State doing all kinds of stuff. Absolutely loved him, and unfortunately, he sort of got cast off to the side. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying there's anyone high profile like that at Northwestern, but there could be some people that are worth keeping. But I don't know. Maybe they don't keep them. It's hard to say. But even so, what I would do is I would make sure to try to at least save face, get rid of people who had direct knowledge or maybe were directly impacted, or had a hand in it, and then from there, I would potentially get rid of the AD, because it's like you said, it's not just a football thing, but it's a baseball thing too. That reflects poorly on Northwestern, so that all of a sudden becomes a cultural problem for that university. You're going to have to get rid of the AD, and then also the other thing that maybe sometimes people overlook or don't think of is you're going to have to look at potential board members who had an issue. Maybe they knew this was happening. They turned a blind eye, because that's what happened with Penn State. With Penn State, what happened was Joe Paterno had a report of something potentially happening. So what he did is he turned around and he handed it off to the police, and he also handed it off to his AD, so his boss. Then from there, Joe Paterno, he said, okay, you guys, it's your job, you'll sort it out. What ended up happening was the AD knew about this, did nothing, but so did the board members, some of the board members. And the board members, they swept it under the rug. For those that had direct knowledge of it, they kept it hush-hush, and they said, well, we don't need this getting out. Well, if that's the case, obviously those people need to go too. And if Northwestern sees something like that, you're going to have to go from top to bottom throughout the entirety of that program, whether it's position coaches, whether it's coordinators, whether it's the AD, whether it is board members. You're going to have to sweep top from bottom and clear house of anyone who, and that's the reality of it. That's what you have to do. Because it's the right thing to do. B, to save face, and C, to show other people you're serious about it. Come to Northwestern. It's not the same. We're turning over a new leaf. Be a part of this change that we want to do. We're building a new program here. We're building a new stadium. We have a new culture. We want people to come and be a part of something better than what has been dragging this program down. That's how I would pitch it, and that's how I would approach it.
Yeah, I'm just for fun. I'm looking at the board of trustees now. They have some schlubs on there. Like, I don't know, the CEO of Kellogg's is on there. They have USA Today writers. They have the president of Paramount in the business department. They have a few names on here. So I don't know exactly obviously I'm just diving into this. So the terms and everything that I know that for Michigan, the Board of Regents is an elected position, but I don't know if that's the case with every single university. So that might very well be the case. Yeah, I haven't dove into the Northwestern journalism program, but it's very possible.
Yeah, and I see someone in the chat said this is the death penalty for Northwest. I mean, no, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, this obviously,
you know a thing or two about this.
Yeah, this
yeah.
this isn't good, but it's not warrant of the death penalty for a program. It's going to hurt the program tremendously. It's going to hold back that program, in my opinion, for the next for the next few seasons, the foreseeable future. But like I said, if I were in charge of if I was in charge of the university, that's the approach I would take. I would try to pitch it as, hey, you know what? We had a crap culture. It's going to be something better. We're willing to do what we need to do. We're going to try to I'd be begging my alumni for money, my big donors, say, listen, we know we just hit you up for a stadium, but we also need to put the money down for an OC, a DC, a head coach, whatever it takes.
Yeah. Lambda, who I believe is also a Penn State fan, I'm pretty sure. Weird to me that they promoted an internal guy to be acting head coach. Won't the coaches there be under investigation? Well, they have to have it be somebody. And so what they did, interestingly, is they picked the one that hasn't really been there that long at all to be kind of, they didn't even call him interim coach. They said acting coach. And so I think that there's at first I thought, well, of course they're going to pick the one that's been there 4 years. Oh, well, maybe not in this particular case. So I think that's why I think he's pretty much brand new, or he's been there not very long at all. So, so they picked somebody who's pretty good pick because he hasn't really been ingrained with the culture that much.
Yeah, if you're going to pick someone, on the staff, you're going to want to pick the one that potentially has plausible deniability, or maybe the one that hasn't had the biggest impact on that culture. The new guy seems to make sense if you are going to pick anybody. But yeah, I mean, it's just a for now thing. I'm sure they're going to be looking hard. I'm sure that they're going to do their best to try to, I would imagine, to try to look outside of the current staff and get someone before the beginning of the season. But that's a big ask for someone to come in and say, hey, this isn't your team. This isn't your staff. These aren't your players. And oh, by the way, it's not like you're coming in with 3 games to go, just right the ship. You have to play an entire season. That's a huge ask.
Yeah. So just for those of you who didn't, so I did read a little bit of the letter earlier, which was from the president, Michael Schill, who has decided to fire Pat Fitzgerald. So they had done an investigation into, at that point, we called them hazing allegations. At this point, I call it sexual assault. But they did an investigation, and they originally decided to suspend him 2 weeks. And I was a little dubious on that in the beginning, because I'm like, it isn't even 2 football game weeks. Like, they're not even suspending him for 2 games of the season. They're suspending him for 2 weeks in the summer, which is like, okay, let's just put you on a paid vacation for 2 weeks. So I thought that was a little odd. And then the more that came out, and now this letter, which basically says that he talked to the board of trustees, the chair, the bunch of different people, and decided to part ways with Fitzgerald. It looks like 11, not just one, as has been said, 11 current or former football student athletes acknowledged that hazing has been going on within the football program. Systemic, dating back many years, and included forced participation, nudity, and sexualized acts of a degrading nature. So while some student athletes believed it was in jest and not harmful, others viewed it as causing significant harm with long-term consequences. And the investigator did fail to find any evidence that Fitzgerald himself knew about it. However, honestly, if if he didn't know, and I said this when I first came on, that kind of makes it worse. If he didn't know that this was happening at this level, then that's kind of an indictment on him as the leader of the football program. Yes, Will, you can call in. 1 sec.
Yeah. And as we're waiting for him, a lot of that, it sounds familiar to me, as a Penn State fan. And there's definitely overlap. There's similarities. The same thing happened with Joe Paterno, where, he was told by an assistant. Oh my gosh, I can't remember who it was that told him. It was the positions coach. You always saw him on the sideline. He was the really tall red. It is escaping me. I cannot remember his name. I'm sure a couple of the Penn State fans in the chat, they'll remind me. I'm pretty sure though he was the one that claimed that he witnessed something. He came to Joe Pa and said, "Hey, I have some stuff to tell you." And again, Joe Pa then turned around. He notified the police, and he then notified the AD, and then he himself didn't see it. He didn't see it. He didn't hear it. He wasn't around it. He didn't know. He just passed on the information, and then it went to the AD. It went to the board, and then that's where it got covered up. So again, this could be something similar where those kind of things were happening in Northwestern, where maybe board members did know about this. Maybe the AD did know about this. Maybe Fitz didn't, but they did. And it got swept under the rug because there's precedence for this. We've seen this before.
Mike McQuarrie.
Mike
did not have a good time against Michigan in 1997. I remember watching that.
Well, yeah. Not many had a good time against Michigan in 1997. That was national championship year.
Yeah, Mike McQuarrie. That was, couldn't remember it. Yeah,
I remember. I don't know why I watched that game. At some point, I did. Yeah.
So we are obviously we have Will ND now joining us. We've been talking for the last hour and a half with Mark Rogers, voice of college football, as well about the breaking news that Pat Fitzgerald has been fired following the investigation into the sexual assault, which is what I'm calling it now, and allegations. David Braun is going to be named acting coach. For those of you who are coming in because you're going to watch Lexi, Lexi's going to be back. She's been invited and has accepted to come back next Monday. But obviously, we've got the breaking news we got to cover. So we'll talk betting and over-unders with Locked In with Lexi next Monday for the Ocho. But Will,
can I ask another Michigan-related question to Lexi? I was going to ask it tonight, but I didn't know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
you and Lexi can answer it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have the show Wednesday too, full on Michigan Wolverines live. So, but we're trying to keep it. We've been getting some feedback from some people. One of them may be on right now. That we've been talking about Michigan a lot. So actually, my plan for Lexi is going to be primarily to talk Big Ten West.
Maybe I'll ask you in the Michigan show.
But we'll do a little Michigan at the end. I mean, she is a Detroit and big Michigan fan, Detroit Lions fan. But so Will, what's your take on all this?
As someone that's of college age, it's just hard to imagine why you would do that to someone. Like, I don't get hazing. I don't know. Like, there's a reason why I didn't join a social fraternity. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, why would you do this to another person? Like,
yeah. And when we first heard hazing,
that's what my first instinct was when I heard about it.
I think all of us who have been part of an organization, or even like in my case, high school debate team, we had the freshmen, including myself when I was a freshman, would carry the evidence boxes up and down the stairs in the snow, in the rain, whatever, that would be what the freshmen would do. And that was hazing, but obviously compared to what we're hearing about here, a much more mild form of hazing than some of the pretty graphic reports that we've been kind of looking at. So based on the letter that was just revealed, that the president had written, it just seems like with 11 current and former players now corroborating the sexual assault that went on, and these things that have been happening, and we had the story about the racism going on with the 3 former players talking about how the black players were forced to cut their hair, but the white players were not. So there's just a lot going on, and the baseball situation. Yeah. So baseball. So the baseball coach Jim Foster, that Northwestern also investigated him for bullying and abusive behavior.
Man. Yeah, I know, like, I don't know how strong Northwestern is at baseball. I know Maryland and Michigan usually do pretty well at baseball in the Big Ten. I don't know how well Northwestern does.
Yeah. It just, and again, like chaotic. I mean, paying dues. I mean, there is some paying dues, and that, I think that was kind of what I was describing. But yeah, I think Dependent Fanatic, we need to talk about every team. I agree with you, and I've been trying, Dependent Fanatic, to get other schools calling in. This has been my rallying cry for since the show started. Hey, Indiana fans. Hey, Northwestern fans. Well, they might not want to call in right now. I've been trying to get but we are going to have some more topics that are focused on other.
Don't forget, Rutgers has been the white whale. We've really been trying to get the Rutgers fans here.
That would be wonderful. I would.
So there is that.
I would love that.
I'll try to get Jeffrey to come on again.
He was great. He came on today. He was great.
Oh, we get it. Okay,
and
cool.
we did talk Indiana for a bit and the hope of their program. So I get it, guys. I understand that you want to talk about other teams, and so with Lexi, even though she is Michigan, she is a Michigan fan. She actually covers all the sports and all the teams, and does kind of focus on Big Ten a bit. But because she has a betting show, Locked In with Lexi, she has to cover everything. So she's been doing a lot of baseball right now. So I thought, okay, let's tackle Big Ten West as kind of the emergence of these new coaches and things like that. Obviously, with breaking news, we had to move some things, and so she will be with us for the Ocho at 8 p.m. Eastern next Monday. So book that on the calendar because that's going to be a really good show. But so, Will, I asked Argral to do this. I'm going to have you become the president of Northwestern. Congratulations. And now you've been handed a complete pile of you know what. And so you've got the football program, and you've got what's happening with baseball too. It doesn't seem like as egregious, but clearly a lot going on. Do you look at the athletic director? Do you make changes in the board of trustees? I mean, what do you do to navigate this situation?
Well, I'm going to do an investigation into the athletic director and everyone on the staff to see how much they knew. And if they knew anything, just get them out. I mean, hey, the football team sucks anyways. Might as well just replace them. I mean, it's a little easier to replace people. If this was like Michigan, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Penn State, this would be a whole other thing, right? But like Northwestern's not very good right now. They didn't win a game in the continent, so just get them out. If they had anything to do with it, just get them out. And then this punt this year away. I mean, they weren't going to do much anyways. And then try to get a new staff together. Maybe at the end of the year.
So we've been hearing, Mark had a list going of like 30 different coaches that might. So they did name the defensive coordinator, the acting coach for the moment. But I anticipate they'll be going on a national search, and some names were thrown out, like Clausen at Wake Forest.
I don't know if he would leave Wake.
Yeah, it's more of a it might be a thing. Yeah, I think Mark's idea is that I think more from the why would Northwestern want him perspective, but it is going to be kind of a dumpster fire. Somebody who has mentioned is Lovie Smith.
Lovie Smith, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's a good thought. I would maybe look for an assistant on a good academic, like an academic program that's had success. So, I mean, there's not that many right now. I mean, a lot of assistants from Notre Dame have been plucked. Like Mike Elko's doing well at Duke. He was at Notre Dame. Clark Lee, Mike Elko. And then Clark Lee was also a defensive coordinator they were both defensive coordinators under Kelly. They were the two before Freeman. And then he actually got a SEC win with Vandy. So maybe, I don't know, maybe try to look for like one of David Shaw's assistants at Stanford, maybe that he had, or heck, maybe even David Shaw.
David Shaw. That was another one that came up.
That would be my first call, actually. That would be my first call, David Shaw. See if we can get him to go from the West Coast to the Midwest.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be getting a current head coach, at least not of a power program. I don't think anyone is. I can't imagine too many people willing to leave where they're at to go to a situation like that. If you are going to get a head coach, I'm thinking it's going to be a G5 team. Or if it's going to come from a Power 5, I'm thinking it's going to be some type of coordinator. And even then, maybe not a high-level coordinator, someone that's maybe willing to take the chance, maybe a mid-tier team potentially. Like, I don't think, I don't think someone from Bama is going to come in and decide, hey, I'm going to take this. I don't see
maybe an analyst from Bama.
But you're not gonna steal away. I don't think anyone first. I think you're going to steal away a Power 5 program's, head coach or something like that. Like how Wake Forest was mentioned, especially if I'm saying Wake Forest, if I'm the head coach there, things are going fairly well, and I don't have
maybe Warren Ruggiero.
Hard to say. Maybe hard to say.
Can we just with Urban? Can we just not with Urban? I think at this point it's just a meme that people say to be funny.
It's funny. It makes me laugh.
I think saying Urban at this point is like yelling Freebird when you're at a concert. I think that's the equivalent.
Is that what it is?
I'm gonna say that's probably what it is. Hey, listen, if Northwestern get a hold of Urban Meyer, more power to him. I don't think that's going to happen now.
Yeah. I mean, you give him a call and then he'll tell you where you can shove it. And then you go to some other but I mean, he's a fantastic. We know he was a great football coach in the college level. Considered one of the best in the modern era. But do you really want that guy taking over a program with the amount of question marks right now? I don't know about all that.
Well, yeah, with Northwestern, if you're trying to promote a new culture and show a new image, you've turned over a new leaf. It's probably not going to be Urban, is my guess. That's probably not going to be your guy that you're going to want to reach towards. But there you go. Listen, I mean, if I were them and you get them, hey, good for you. You get them. Now obviously become relevant. The perception of your program maybe isn't going to be the best, but you could win games, so there's that. I'll give them that much.
So there's been some discussion about David Shaw and some more in the chat. I think it might be a question of would he prefer to
make the call, but
But I think he would probably prefer to go to the NFL and be a coordinator.
This is just a shout, but Mike Bloomgren from Rice, also a school with a very high academic standard. I mean, he hasn't done that well at Rice. I mean, they went from 2-10 to they finally made a bowl because of that.
David
Oh my
Pollock.
God. But like, I mean, they made a bowl. I mean, they're 5-7 and they made a bowl, but hey, they still made a bowl. They've been improving every year. Maybe him. I don't know. I mean, that's not the most like, yay, oh my gosh, we got him higher, but I don't think Northwestern can really do that much better.
Well, that's the other thing too. You want to keep in mind. It can't just be, oh well, let's get the highest name that we can get. Like you said, maybe someone that's also from an academic school that deals with that kind of situation. It's a different beast when you're trying to run a program like Northwestern compared to other schools. It's just the reality of it. They have to go through it. Other more academic centric programs have to go through. It's one of the reasons why Vandy is Vandy, right, in the SEC. It's more of an academic based school, and it shows.
So this is a candidate that you might want to look at for a potential. So we've got Brian Hartline right there. So there, he looks pretty good in that jacket there. So make it happen.
Do you think he could leave for the NFL at all, or do you think he's definitely staying with Ohio State? Also, Ohio State fans in the chat, are you worried about that at all? I never actually asked this.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from all the Buckeyes in chat on this one. I mean, I think he's trying to build up to be the head coach.
I don't know, but I'm seeing a Scott Frost in there. I think it might be too soon.
No way. He had leaks too with culture and issues and stuff. So I don't know. I don't think that they would go. They're gonna pick somebody completely squeaky clean. Not a single allegation, not a single anything. Squeaky clean. They're going to be looking for that.
I mean, it feels like every Notre Dame defensive coordinator goes to an academic school, but I think maybe if Al Golden wants to get back in it, he could go Northwestern as well. That wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe we can, maybe we can catch lightning in a bottle here twice. Colorado, a dumpster fire program. They got Prime. Why doesn't Northwestern just out of nowhere, off the turnbuckle, off the top rope, just turn around and say, well, if you guys got Prime, then we got Bo, and then just think of Bo Jackson. Oh, just for the lulls, just for the lulls. If anything else, anything's better than what they're going through right now.
I think Search has just won the night with the Clay Helton suggestion. Squeaky clean, runs a clean program, and listen, he's won games for Georgia Southern. He beat Nebraska.
He won a Rose Bowl.
And he won a Rose Bowl. That's true. He did. So if could be worse.
I think I got the right person, and it'd make a lot of people happy that tune in usually, especially Erica. Why don't we ship Brian over there?
Hey, I think I don't know if Northwestern fans are gonna love that, but that could be a way to get rid of him.
Some Hawkeye fans happy, if anything.
Hey, call up Northwestern. Yeah, we got a candidate for you.
Handy Manny Diaz as well, maybe.
Manny Diaz, actually, that's not a terrible idea.
You keep your hands off him. You stay away from him. You don't get to take Manny Diaz from Penn State. You get away. That's not.
Well, he's eventually going to be a head coach again.
You back off. No one's taking him.
You do realize he is going to be a head coach again at some point.
Yeah, but it's hopefully not going to be for at least a couple years.
Yeah, we will see. Reggie Bush has a contract with Fox, so probably, I don't see Reggie Bush coming. I think that was probably a joke. Oprah, we have a candidate. Oprah is a candidate. Okay.
Hey, she's got.
You know, we're just. I think at this point we're just having fun with it. So the bottom line, folks, is that listen, and Mike Fort, we appreciate you coming by. Enjoy the trivia. Our buddy Tide Guy does a great trivia and
Hey, you guys
Jeopardy
can join
channel.
in. You guys can join in.
There you go. Yeah, I think after this, I'm gonna not be on anything after this. I'm gonna sit back and enjoy. Okay, yeah. I mean, and now we're just getting silly. Now we're just getting silly. Yeah, it's not even the right sport. So okay. So just a reminder that coming up next at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, and I've got to actually change this now because I believe Mark is back on the show. So we are going to have USC Trojans live, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. Mark Rogers, voice of college football, and Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire are going to talk Trojans and what's been happening the last with recruiting and everything with the program. So I always say you learn something every week with that show. So we encourage everybody to check that out. Since we have you both, why don't we talk about for a second some non-Northwestern topics? Will, why not? Why don't we chat Notre Dame for 2 seconds? How do you feel? How are you feeling?
Pain.
Pain? Okay.
I'm still bitter over the Justin Scott thing.
Yeah. I mean, join the club.
Yeah. Well, people on Twitter freaked out over it. Freaked out. People were saying that Marcus Freeman should have never been hired, and I had to be the voice of reason on Twitter, and people weren't listening to me. Like Notre Dame Twitter, we fight with ourselves more than we fight with other schools. Like people just have weird takes. But crap, what's his last name? Our 2025 quarterback we're trying to get. Deuce Knight. Is going to be visiting this week.
Okay.
He's a 4-star, and we're actually going down south for him. So we're going to be competing against Ole Miss and Tennessee are the two other main competitors. So hopefully
oh, dang.
Gino Guidugli can beat out Lane Kiffin and Josh Heupel for him.
Gino. Yeah, Gino's got some stiff competition here. Ole Miss and Tennessee. Those are both pretty big quarterback schools. If you're a quarterback and he's from Mississippi, and you have the choice of Notre Dame, Ole Miss, or Tennessee.
Hey, well, he developed Desmond Ridder. So that's who he has. That's who his main guy was. So
looks like Alabama just offered him.
He offered him a while ago, but they already have their quarterback for 2025. So
Deuce Knight in 2022, he had 11 touchdowns and 4 interceptions, as well as 12 rushing touchdowns. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty solid. So it sounds like he's a dual threat. You guys could use a dual threat.
Yeah. And it would be nice to have him and CJ Carr in the same quarterback room. That would be pretty awesome. As well as Kenny Minchie. Can
we talk about the CJ Carr situation for a minute? So the Elite 11.
He looked good.
And he looked good. And then just like with Jaden Davis, then on 3, neither one of them is in their top 10 quarterbacks. What's up with that?
This was what happens every year with Notre Dame and recruits, and I feel like Michigan's getting the same treatment. Every year they commit to Notre Dame, or I don't know if it happens with every Michigan recruit, but it seems like it happens with every Notre Dame recruit. Every time they recruit, they go down. And then they start going down more and more as the year goes on. It doesn't make sense. Like suddenly he's a 4-star, now he's not a 5-star. What's going on? It's like I feel like I'm wearing a tinfoil hat here, but like what's going on every year with our recruits?
Well, I talked to our buddy Jason Moose about this too sometimes, and yeah, it seems like there's something where, and they do. By the way, they do justify it. I've read the tweets where the On3 people like EJ and stuff, they're like justifying it with, well, his arm, is a little short, his arm. They like say these things, and it's like, okay, but we've watched the film. We know what these players can do. And there's a reason that they were 5-star composite players before, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that's the key there. Only Talk Sports, thank you for being on and for encouraging everybody to hit the like button, especially today. Get these views up, get these likes up. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and hit the bell to get notified when Voice of College Football is online. So thank you, Only Talk Sports, Jeffrey, for calling in and for encouraging people to hit the like button.
But yeah, also, it feels a lot better because Tyler Buckner, when we got him back a while ago, we're like, yes, we got an Elite 11 quarterback. Had a terrible Elite 11. God bless his heart. Tyler Buckner had a terrible Elite 11. So now our last two quarterbacks, Kenny Minchie had a strong Elite 11. CJ Carr had a strong Elite 11. It makes me feel a lot better about them coming into South Bend. Well, Kenny's already in South Bend. He'll be redshirting this year. Unless God, please don't get hurt, Sam Hartman. Please don't get hurt, Sam Hartman. But
yeah. I mean, I feel the same about JJ. Please don't get hurt. So yeah, because I've been doing. I'll let you guys in on. So this Thursday, we are actually premiering something new. So we are going to start having fans and like enthusiasts of teams to play college football video games. And so we know how we have like the simulations and stuff, and you guys all see this. Well, now we're going to have, if you've ever watched Twitch. Yeah. Or you've ever seen like people playing games on screen. Well, we're starting with recordings, and so I've already got 2 in the can. One's coming out Thursday, Michigan versus Rutgers, and any Rutgers fans may not love watching that one, but I did my best to simulate everything, and so that one's coming out Thursday, I believe at 6 p.m. Eastern. So brand new project, and we will be encouraging people if you have one of the NCAA 14s or one of the games where you get the new rosters and you've got a capture card, then you too could film a video or a series of videos playing against your slate of opponents. And so I skipped the first 3. And went to Rutgers as my first opponent. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, new project. So stay tuned and watch us play college football video games this year.
Pretty cool. Something a little different there.
Yeah.
If I were to do that, I have to go a little bit more old school. I think the last college football game I have is NCAA 2K2 for the Sega Dreamcast, and Drew Brees is on the cover. So there you go.
Oh man. Oh, remember we get the member berries out. Member Sega Dreamcast.
I still have that baby hooked up too. From time to time I play it.
Yeah. Well, listen. I mean, if there's a way to get that, get a capture card on that, and bring it onto the PC and just get the so with the 14, because that's the newest one until the new one comes out. There's actually a dedicated group of volunteers. Because some people may not know this who are listening. There's a dedicated group of volunteers who put in the new rosters every single year, and people donate, and people, but they do it, because they love football and they love to just have to play a football game that actually has the current rosters. So it's kind of a cool little segment of the college football community. They're just loading in rosters for Akron and East Carolina and everything else. Yeah, there you go. Argros, so we asked about Will and kind of his feelings about Notre Dame. How about you with Penn State? Obviously, we've been talking about Penn State a little bit in the past few weeks. But anything recent that might be in your world that you've kind of picked up?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to sell a kidney to go to one of the games because the tickets are outrageous. So there is that. I don't know what maybe some tickets look like down in South Bend, but or if you're planning on going to like either the Penn State West Virginia game, because that is a big rivalry that is being renewed, so a lot of people are on board with that. Tickets are insanely expensive, and of course, if you're going to go to the whiteout against Iowa, I thought maybe I could catch a break because it's not like it's against Michigan or Ohio State. I'm like, okay, Iowa won't be quite as bad this year. No, it's still bad. You got to sell kidney, second mortgage, firstborn child, and then maybe you'll get it. So there is that. Something that we never really talk about, which is kind of funny. That could be a whole other topic, like stadiums and experiences, like at the stadiums that could make for a good show. And things that might get slipped in there would be things like ticket prices, and there you go. So I don't know what it looks like at a Michigan game. I'm sure the last game of the year is insanely expensive, but apart from that, I don't know what it looks like for you.
So the game I went to was the Illinois game, the last home game of the season, and I think it was like $30.
Oh
and
my
I got a pretty decent seat because people get rid of them. Like they can't.
That's crazy. You can't even get parking at Beaver Stadium for that.
Yeah. Well, I did get a hotel, and what they actually have bus service from I picked the one hotel that has bus service, and you go straight to the gates. But then I kind of went over and hung out with Blue by 90 and some of the tailgates.
Yeah, it's fun to like meet up with like the media of your team at the game. I did that.
Yeah.
For the Clemson
Yeah,
game.
no, MGO Patio is awesome. So I recommend people, if you're ever in Ann Arbor, check that out. And then literally we just walked right in with the band. So we just marched right in with the band right into the game. It was amazing.
That's pretty
then Illinois was threatening to win the game until close to the end of the game. And I'm like, did I fly from Florida to Michigan to see Michigan lose to Illinois?
You and Ohio State. That game before the game is always stressful.
Yeah.
Listen,
and Georgia had a rough game too.
I had a somewhat comparable experience a few years back. Me and my wife usually go to one. We're not season ticket holders, but we'll go to one or two a year typically. And a couple years back, we went to the App State game, where that was almost Penn State came very close to point of Michigan against them.
And to Texas A&M, we have to add that into Texas A&M.
That was they were able to beat them though. Penn State ended up winning, thankfully.
App State is a good Group of 5 team, man. I would not. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with. I don't know what's up with North Carolina scheduling a home away with them. I wouldn't do that. That's kind of stupid. If I were them, I would be like, no, that's risk versus rewards. This does not help us.
Boone's a nice little college town.
The fans were great. Actually, the fans. I went to the whiteout a few years ago against Auburn. Fans were great there too. Auburn has some very nice fans. I ate lunch with a couple. I sat next to the couple. They were very good. It's really not until you get those horrible, rowdy Ohio State and Michigan fans. That's where you get the rabble rousing.
So we are tracking an American Airlines flight from Chicago to Columbus, Ohio, and so the Brian Hartline watch is now heating up.
I thought you were talking about Justin Scott.
No.
Hey.
No.
I thought they wanted him out.
Brian Hartline, maybe he's going to be catching a flight to to go talk to Northwestern. Yes, I'm having fun, people. Come on. All right. So anyway, what we always do as we like to kind of have our topic, and my original I didn't hear no bell topic was actually, funny enough, is Northwestern head coach Pat Fitzgerald gone? And now we know the answer is yes, he is absolutely gone. So the question is, if you had to pick who you think the next head coach of Northwestern is going to be, who do you? Yeah, I'll start with Will. Who do you think it might be?
I don't know. Like, I guess Al Golden. Maybe he'll go the reverse era route. Go to from Notre Dame to Northwestern, because that's just what it seems that happened with every high academic school. They pick whoever Notre Dame's defensive coordinator is, and they pick them as coach. So that's what it seems like it happens. And he hasn't been doing as well as Marcus Clarkley and Mike Elko did. So
Al Golden.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got an interesting pedigree here. Spent some time in the NFL, spent some time as, of course, head coach of Miami.
Temple before,
so
right?
He's got head coach, and Temple. He's got head coaching experience. It's not unreasonable.
Mm-hmm.
Argraw, what do you think?
Well, obviously it's got to be Freebird, right? We're talking Urban Meyer. Right? That's what it has to be, because that's what it is every other time. Now, honestly, I don't even think, at least not right now, I don't think I could give you a name. I think we sort of hit on it. It's got to be someone squeaky clean. It has to be, I think, someone that really has a grip and an understanding of that kind of culture where it is a academic heavy university. I don't think it's going to be the head coach of a Power 5. Like, for example, when Wake Forest was brought up, I don't think you're going to get someone like that in there. So I'm looking at potentially a group of 5 coach that maybe thinks that this is going to be a step up from a program that has been doing well. I'm not, maybe not Tulane or something like that, but someone that I think has been doing a good job. Either that, or if you're going to go the route of Power 5, it's probably going to be some kind of coordinator, most likely. I don't think I can necessarily give you a name right now, but I think that's probably going to be the criteria that you would see in the search.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm thinking. The more I think about David Shaw, the more I like it.
Yeah, that would be a home run.
He's absolutely going to get called, and at the very least, go through the interview process or have a first interview. I mean, this is a coach that clearly did, at least for the decent chunk of his tenure, did pretty well with 3 Pac-12 conference championships,
2 Rose Bowl wins,
overall record 640. 96 wins, 54 losses. That's pretty good.
Ripped my heart out in 2015. We would have made the playoffs. Lost on a field goal. Defensive meltdown. Yeah.
Dan Beast Media is here. Randy's here. And David Shaw would be. I mean, yeah, you gotta make those calls, and you gotta swing big too. I mean, you gotta at least. Would you? I mean, at least say hi to Nick Saban and Dabo Sweeney, and they're gonna tell you no. Hey Kirby, any interest in helping us out? But no, David Shaw seems like the first realistic call. So with that said, we're gonna go with final thought and where can people find you on the internet if you feel like giving that. I know Argraw, we'll just find you on Voice of College Football, but final thought from you.
In terms of, I guess, the topic at hand, it's going to be most likely it's going to be a rough next couple of years for Northwestern. There's going to be a lot of turnover, as there should be.
Yeah,
they're really going to be in for it. I feel bad for the people who are maybe Northwestern faithful, because that's a hard team to stick with, but yet they do it, and then they got to deal with something like this. So I definitely feel for them. So there is that, and hopefully they're able to do the right thing. They can right the ship. They'll get rid of the people they need to get rid of. They can change the culture, and they can make a good hire, and maybe ultimately be in a better position going forward than where they have been the last couple of years. It's a big hope if you're a Northwestern fan, but hope nonetheless.
Maybe they could double or even triple their wins.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't take much. Hey, you know who could do that, right? Urban.
Hey, there you go. There you go. But we need some
yeah, a little levity there, yeah. But yeah, that's what I'll leave you with, though. So good show overall tonight.
Appreciate it, and I swear we're gonna have our special guest on next Monday, and we'll talk primarily Big Ten West and some other schools and a little Michigan talk, because I mean she is a Michigan fan, so we'll talk a little Michigan, but I think you'll be happy.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
All righty. Thanks for coming on. All right, Will ND joining us for the big breaking news. Thank you, as always, for stopping by. And I'm going to ask you for a final thought. Where can people find you?
Final thought is, I don't know, like Northwestern always has that chip on their shoulder when they talk about Notre Dame, so they don't like Notre Dame. But I don't know, it would be cool to see them at least maybe a bowl team again, I guess. But so I'm gonna be coming out with a new video soon. We're gonna film soon. Me and Mountaineer Paul. Joey's trying to help me plan that out, and we're gonna do what the heck is going on in Morgantown, because with the football team and the whole Bob Huggins situation. So that's gonna be a fun video. I'm gonna film soon, and who knows? Maybe I'll contact someone from Northwestern. We can say what's going on in Evanston, right? That's where they're.
There you go. Yeah, so, I have a feeling. Mark will also, I'm sure, be hitting up all of his media people to see if he can get a Northwestern perspective. But yeah, no, it's so I've just posted the link. Everybody subscribe to Will,
please.
He's got great insights.
I'm gonna start it up again. I know I haven't done anything in a while, but I've been on this channel.
I know. But you have been doing stuff. You've been on this channel. I'm really excited for this season. We're gonna have a good time.
Also, I've been kind of getting a following on Twitter. I talk about all kinds of sports on Twitter, so not just football. But it's Marcus_era.
That's right.
But yeah, I've been starting to. I got quote tweeted by some U.S. soccer accounts. That was cool. Because people there have all kind of crazy takes when it comes to U.S. soccer, but yeah,
we did talk Notre Dame. We did.
Yeah, we talked a
little bit.
We talked Deuce Knight, 2025 quarterback target's going to visit this week, so hopefully that goes well, and hopefully we can get a commitment for him. But with us going into the South, we know there will be a lot of bags handed out.
Alex would like to hear about your spring game.
We looked good. Hopefully we can hopefully the spring game will lead to wins against hopefully you guys, hopefully USC, and hopefully Clemson. Hopefully we can go back to the playoffs this year. But it's going to be tough. We have 3 tough games, and we can't fall into traps. We fell into 2 traps last season, so. We can't do that this year.
Absolutely. Can't do that.
No humiliating losses. I can't take it.
No. So look out, because Notre Dame is on their revenge tour.
But yeah, I feel like with the offense, how good our offense looked in the spring game, which is like how I hope it'll look. Hopefully the Irish can score 35 points a game. That's what I'm hoping for. 35 points a game. Our defense is not as strong as it's been, unfortunately. The linebackers
with Hartman, I think it's very possible. But you guys had Drew Pine.
Yeah, Drew Pine. Yeah.
You have taken a tremendous step up.
The thing with Drew is that cracks me up. Drew was ranked higher on the transfer portal rankings than Cade, and I'm like, how? He even has a Notre Dame.
Then Cade McNamara.
Yes, they had him ranked higher. Which was, I'm like, what? I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, what was this? I mean, I know no one really cares about transfer portal rankings compared to like regular recruiting rankings, but even that, like,
Oh boy, yeah.
I'm like, how? Even as a Notre Dame fan.
I want Real to say that Northwestern also has a 1% chance at winning it all. Yeah, DeReal knows how to stir things up like few other do. I will give DeReal that. He always provides content for us at the Voice of College Football. Yeah, Slap Happy. Great reminder.
But
What's
hey,
up,
man,
Will?
if Kyle McCord makes some mistakes, our cornerbacks, Cam Hart, Xavier Watts, Ben Morrison, I think at least 2 of them are going to be in the NFL, and I think Ben is a sophomore this year, but I think he has a strong chance of being a first-round pick in the 2025 draft. So, yeah.
There we go.
Also, our offensive line is going to be awesome again, too. I know people don't care about the offensive line, but I think they could win the Joe Moore this year. I know Michigan's very strong as well, but especially with Joe Alt and Blake Fisher, they're going to be the main guys that are really going to be plowing D linemen down. Joe's projected to be the number 3 overall pick in the draft in 2024 as well.
Yeah. I think O-line is extremely important. I don't know. I mean, I get it's not as exciting as quarterback and wide receivers and things, but without an O-line, nothing happens.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Our
why
O-line we had 1 year of bad O-line in 2021, and I think if we would have had a good O-line that year, we probably would have been a playoff team. Probably would have gotten smoked again, though, but we would have probably made the playoff if our O-line was better in 21.
John Madden, the great John Madden, said that the games are won and lost on the lines.
Mm-hmm.
And he said right before he passed, he texted Jim Harbaugh and said that was some of the best. He watched the Michigan-Ohio State game, and he said that was some of the best line play I've ever seen. And then about a month later, Michigan lays an egg against Georgia. So, hey, at least we'll always have that. John Madden said we look good against Ohio State. So there you go.
I think everyone laid an egg against Georgia here, though. So if it makes
Georgia's
like we laid an egg
Georgia's
against Clemson,
pretty
then Clemson,
ridiculously
then
good.
Bama laid an egg against Clemson. So
yeah, exactly. Well, Will, thanks for joining us on a pretty interesting and breaking news heavy show, and you're, as you know, you're always welcome on these. So thanks for joining us, man.
All right, thanks for having me on, John. Appreciate it, man. This show's always a lot of fun, and you do a great job hosting it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. All right, Will. See you later. All right. Yeah. So this was an interesting show. Obviously, I think we're fitzed out. But just read the Pete Thamel stuff. Read the letter if you want to educate yourself on what's going on. We were supposed to have Lexi, who hosts Locked In with Lexi, and we said, let's reschedule so we can give our topics the most, the love that they deserve in terms of over-unders, Big Ten West. We're going to talk about the emergence of certain teams like Iowa, and obviously Luke Fickell and Matt Rule being hired. Brett Bielema is also going to be discussed. I'm very excited for Lexi coming on. So, but we kind of had to give this breaking news the attention it deserved with Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football, and then myself coming in here at the end. So check it out, because next Monday we'll have Lexi, and this coming Wednesday. So this coming Wednesday, we actually are also going to have a special guest on the Michigan Wolverines live show. So Dennis Fithian, I believe I'm saying that right, from the Maize and Blue Review, is going to be on in 2 days on Michigan Wolverines Live. So Dennis Fithian's going to be on, and he doesn't pull his punches when it comes to Ohio State and rivalry talk. So watch for that. That's going to be a fun one. Alrighty. Well, this was a kind of enormous breaking news story, Jeffrey. So this was kind of earth-shattering breaking news story. We got our fill of Northwestern. Great to hear, Dependent Fanatic. And by the way, everyone check out Dependent Fanatic. He has a channel. He has a YouTube channel, and he has pretty good content on there, so check it out. All right, some quick housekeeping reminders here, and then we are going to be donezo. So when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, as many of us do from time to time, just go to any link in any of Mark Rogers' descriptions and get the Amazon link and just bookmark it. It literally takes 2 seconds to do that. And then when you're doing your shopping, you can click that link and it's the same shopping experience. And if you're already buying stuff on Amazon, it doesn't cost you any more. It's just now Mark Rogers is going to get a couple of bucks. That's the only difference. And it'll help support the channel and everything that's going on. We now have on our merch store keychains and coasters. So if you go to our merch store and enter the promo code football, get yourself Mark Rogers Voice of College Football coasters and keychains. And with the promo code football, you can get free shipping. That's right, folks. All those spare keys that are, all over the place, we all have them. You need a keychain for them. Get a Voice of College Football keychain. Sometimes you got drinks lying around. You get those little rings on your table. Get a Voice of College Football coaster. Why not? Promo code football to get yourself some free shipping. I'm going to post the link right here on the chat as well. Boom. Absolutely, Dependent Fanatic. And I hope one day you see it in the goodness of your heart to call the Big Ten show. We would love to have you on the panel someday. Argraw mentioned it is Prime Day tomorrow. So there you go. Prime Day tomorrow. Get the Mark Rogers Voice of College Football link, click it, and enjoy Prime Day. And then, you get Mark Rogers a couple of bucks. Thank you, Jeffrey, Only Talk Sports, for being here and saying the nice things. Alex, John, you recommend to Mark that we talk about matchups. So we're going to start with our new project. So we are going to have our new project, Alex, which premieres Thursday, where fans are going to be able to play as their school and kind of play through their 2023 schedule on the NCAA 14 college football video game, or your choice. But obviously you want to have the new rosters. So I'm going to be playing against Rutgers. So Thursday it premieres at, I believe it's 6 p.m. Eastern. So we'll start there with matchups, but I'm happy to discuss those on the shows as well. Join our Patreon and Discord and talk college football all the time. Go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. You can also get a YouTube membership for $2.99 and get yourself access to the quality content that we have. We had a watch party a few weeks ago for the 2019 Clemson Ohio State game. So we did that. That was really fun, and we will continue to have exclusive content for those of you who are Patreon and YouTube members. Keep in mind that we're doing our summer call-in show schedule, so we'll have 2 additional call-in shows, Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern and Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern. So definitely, if you missed calling in today and talking about the breaking news, just know that we have shows all week, folks. And I know today was pretty much all about Fitzgerald, but like that's kind of the big story. You have a firing, you have a scandal, you have another scandal, you have a lot that kind of had to get covered today. But we should be back on track, assuming some other coach doesn't get fired for stuff or some other big breaking news, that we'll have our call-in shows the rest of the week. And don't forget about all of our team channel shows as well. Alrighty. With that said, we are gonna call it. So this has been the Ocho, the Big Ten, 8 p.m. Eastern block. Today it actually started at 9, but you know, it is what it is. My name's John Diadamo. I host each and every week the Ocho, 8 p.m. Eastern. So next week, book it on your calendar. We have Lexi from Locked In with Lexi is going to be on the Ocho next Monday. So tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your Uncle Ronnie that we have a special guest on the show next Monday, and I'm very excited about that. And finally, last thing, USC Trojans Live is starting in about 35 minutes. So you've no excuse, because I'm posting the link right here. USC Trojans Live. Boom. Just go on over there and give them a like. Even if you can't stay, you can't watch the show, whatever, just give them a like. That's all. But you should check it out because you learn a lot. Matt is a football encyclopedia. So, I mean, and so is Mark. I mean, they're both football encyclopedias. So you always learn something new when you watch that show. And from everybody here at Voice of College Football, I thank everybody who liked. I thank everybody who sent a super chat. And until next time, go blue. See you, everybody.